Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-33, Strengthening the Port System and Railway Safety in Canada Act.
There are 127 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-33. Motions numbered 1 to 127 will be grouped for debate and voted upon accordingly to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now submit motions 1 to 127 to the House.
Motion number 1, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting the short title. Motion number 2, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 2. Motion number 3, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 3. Motion number 4, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 4. Motion numéro 5.
Motion number 5, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 5.
Motion numéro 6.
Motion number 6, Mr. Berthaud, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 6.
Motion numéro 7.
Motion number 7, Mr. Berthaud, seconded by, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 7.
Motion numéro
Motion number 8, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 8.
Motion number 9, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 9. Motion number 10, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 10. Motion number 11, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 11. Motion number 12, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 12. Motion number 13, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 13. Motion numéro 14.
Motion number 14, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 14. Motion number 15, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 15. Motion number 16, Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 16.
7, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 17. Motion number 18, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 18. Motion 19, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 19. Motion numéro 20.
Motion number 20, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 20. Motion number 21, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 21. Motion number 22, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 22. Motion number 23, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 23. Motion number 24, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 24.
25, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 25. Motion number 26, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 26. Motion number 27, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 27. Motion numéro 20.
Motion number 28, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 28. Motion number 29, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 29. Motion number 30, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 30. Motion 31, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 31. Motion number 32, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 32. Motion number 33, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 33. Motion number 34, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 34.
Motion number 35, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 35. Motion number 36, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 36. Motion number 37, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 37. Motion number 38, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 38. The motion number 39, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 39. Motion number 40, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 40. Motion number 41, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 41. Motion number 42, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 42. Motion
number 43, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 43. Motion number 44, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 44. Motion number 45. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 45. Motion number 46. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 46. Motion number 47. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 47. Motion number 48. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 48.
And Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 49. Motion number 50, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 50. Motion number 51, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 51. Motion number 52, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 52.
Motion number 53, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 53. Motion number 54, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 54. Motion number 55, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 55. Motion number 56, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 56. Motion number 57, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 57. Motion number 58, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 58.
Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 59. Motion number 60, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 60. Motion number 61, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 61. Motion number 62, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 62.
Motion number 63, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 63. Motion number 64, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 64. Motion number 65, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 65. Motion number 66, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 66. Motion
7, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, proposes that that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 67. Motion number 68, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 68. Motion number 69, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 69. Motion number 70, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 70. Motion number 71, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 71. Motion number 72, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 72.
Motion number 73, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 73. Motion number 74, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 74. Motion number 75, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 75. Motion number 76, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 76. Motion number 77, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 77. Motion number 78, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 78.
And Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 79. Motion number 80, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 80. Motion number 81, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 81. Motion number 82, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 82. Motion number 83, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 83. Motion numéro
Motion number 84, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 84. Motion number 85, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 85. Motion number 86, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 86.
Motion numéro
Motion number 87, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 87. Motion number 88, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 88. Motion number 89, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 89. Motion number 90, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 90.
Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 91. Motion number 92, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 92. Motion 93, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 93. Motion 94, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 94. Motion number 95, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 95. Motion number 96, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 96. Motion number 97, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 97. Motion numéro 4.
Motion number 98, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 98. Motion number 99, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 99. Motion number 100, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 100.
Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 101. Motion number 102, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 102. Motion number 103, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 103.
Motion number 104, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 104. Motion number 105, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 105. Motion number 106, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 106.
7, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 107. Motion number 108, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 108. Motion 109, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 109. Motion numéro 100.
Motion number 110, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 110. Motion number 111, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 111. Motion number 112, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 112. Motion number 113, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 113. Motion number 114, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 114.
Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 115. Motion number 116, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 116. Motion number 117, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting Clause 117. Motion number 118, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 118. Motion number 119, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 119. Motion numéro 120.
Motion 120, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, proposed that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 120. Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Graves, moves that Bill be amended C-33 by substituting line 1 by the following. Under alinea 1A, banning charging, substituting line 6 by the following. Finding in a port, December 31st, C, by deleting lines 7 to 14, page 101.
Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that Bill C-33 in clause 120 be amended. A, by replacing lines 24 and 25 on page 80 with the following. 1.1, regulations made under paragraph 1A must provide for the prohibition of the loading and unloading of. B, by replacing in the English version line 27 on page 80 with the following. 1.2, in making regulations referred to in subsection 1.1 of the. C, by replacing the line 3 on page 81 with the following. 1.3, regulations referred to in subsection 1.1 must. D, by deleting lines 7 to 14 on page 81. Okay. Motion number 123, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 121. Motion number 124, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 122. Motion numéro 125, Mr. Lawrence.
Motion number 125, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 123.
Mr. Bertrand.
Motion number 126, Mr. Bertrand, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 124. And finally, motion number 127, Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 125. And motion number 6, I'll read it again, because I said the wrong person's name. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-33 be amended by deleting clause 6.
Debate. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to rise and to have the amendments, the numerous amendments in my name. And I'm proud to be working hard on behalf of the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South. So as some of you may know, of course, I am newly minted Shadow Minister for Transportation for our side. Thank you very much. I come from being on the Finance Committee and, of course, spending a lot of our time studying the economy and even in my career before that. And so I just want to sort of put things in context where the Canadian economy is currently, and then I'll relate that back to the transportation and back to the bill. And then hopefully we will have an understanding of why conservatives and really all right-thinking folks cannot in good conscience support this legislation. Let's wind back the clock. Let's wind back the clock to April 30th, 2014. The New York Times wrote, "Life in Canada, home of the world's most affluent middle class." Does that not seem so far long ago, when Canadians could afford housing, when there was available and affordable rents, when food was at a reasonable cost, when the dream of Canada seemed as alive as ever, the promise of Canada was shining perhaps brighter ever than in Canadians' history. And then we heard from a Liberal candidate at the time that better was always possible. And that's true, but we found out that in this case, better was certainly not the result. And we've seen that both empirically and subjectively. We have seen that GDP per capita, which is perhaps the best measure of the standard of living for Canadians, has flatlined. So over the last decade, the standard of living, or the GDP per capita, has seen zero growth. And we'll hear from members of the opposition that say, Shadow Minister, that is because we're stuck in a bad world economy. We've had the pandemic, we've had other events that there's no way we could have possibly done better than that. And that's just simply not true. If you compare those numbers to other benchmarks, one easy benchmark for us, because they're geographically quite close and share many things in common with Canada, is with the United States of America. During that same time, the GDP per capita, which is in many ways a substitute or an equivalent of a measure of our standard of living, in the United States has grown by nearly 20%, 19% to be precise. Canada is, in fact, and then we can put that now, so we know in contrasting that and comparing that to peer nations, that Canada has done exceedingly poor, and that we are headed down a trajectory that leads us down to a very dark path. But let's also compare it historically. Perhaps there have been other times when we've had these challenges and emerged out the other side brighter. Maybe we're paying this price for a reason. But the actual truth is, unfortunately, the damning truth is, if you will, is that our GDP per capita has not grown this little since the Great Depression. So that's decades and decades of long, that's through tumultuous world events, that's through multiple recessions, that we have never seen a standard of living flatline, or in real terms, decline, like we have underneath this Liberal government. And so we also look at, okay, well then we've talked about where we are in history, where the Canadian economy over the last 9 years ranks in history. We've benchmarked it now to the United States of America. Let's look at them both. So back in 1984, the Canadian economy was producing 88% of the value generated by a US worker per hour. By 2022, that had collapsed to 71%. And the why this is actually quite well known. The problem has been diagnosed by many, including the deputy of the Bank of Canada, Carolyn Rogers, who said that that we were in a productivity crisis, and this was a quote unquote break glass moment for the Canadian economy. And it's after these 9 years of a complete lack of care for productivity, which underlines, like I said, our GDP per capita, but more importantly, it powers our economy, it powers our standard of living. And we have professionals, nonpartisan, arguably non-biased, economists from coast to coast, saying that this Liberal government has led us to this productivity decline that has led to our flatlining of standard of living. And of course, for those who are wealthy, they haven't done too poorly. But the middle class, they've suffered. And you know, I see it in my riding every day. We see individuals who used to donate to food banks who are now clients of food banks. 2 million Canadians going to food banks every day. So one of the key factors of any economy, one of the things that can provide real lift, and it's throughout history, in fact, perhaps no better example than Canada in the construction of our railway. Transportation can power an economy, can be transformative to an economy, can take an economy from one that is lagging to one that is succeeding. And what's the record after 9 years of this Liberal government? Well, we've seen inaction and incompetence probably in equal parts. And so what happens is that when an economy, of course, there are factories, there are people, there are producing things, but those matter very little, unfortunately, if we can't get those products and services to market. And unfortunately, that continues to be a tremendous challenge here in Canada. We see that we have almost constant work stoppages because of this Liberals government's failure to effectively manage ports and airports and other transport sectors. We see the inability of this country, of this government, I should say, to get major projects built, to get our valuable resources to market. And now we bring in, as if the legislation, the no pipeline bills and other legislation that have acted to prevent and to kneecap our own economy were not enough. We've decided to now put in another legislation that promotes bureaucracy over productivity. And we have seen, if we had any doubt over the last 100 years of the impact of bureaucracy on productivity, we have an absolute slam dunk case. And I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that in 20 years' time, in 50 years' time, they will be studying this decade and people will look at this in history as going, we had a country with an amazing economy. The New York Times said that we were the most affluent middle class in the world. And we saw in just 10 short years, a government actively work against its own people to develop our economy and increase productivity. So let's talk a little bit about Bill 33 specifically. But I'm always a big fan of listening to experts as opposed to politicians. So I just want to read into the record some quotes from individuals folks who are actually on the ground, the boots, not the suits, who are talking about it. So we have from the Canadian Port Authorities. The CEO said, the concern for smaller ports really was in the heavy reporting that's associated with the bill. It'll be a question mark on whether this will be a lot of new work that's required, or if it's repackaging of material that's already provided. One of our larger ports actually said that they would have to hire full-time people, multiple full-time employees, that was going to cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is one of a million productivity cuts that are slowing down our economy. And so we need, I just want to read one more here. The Executive Vice President of Trois-Rivières Port Authority. Bill 33 and Bill 52 restrict Trois-Rivières Port Authority's ability to fulfill the mission entrusted by the Canadian Marine Act. We see over and over again, this Liberal government is standing in the way of Canadians realizing their dreams and the Canadian economy realizing its potential.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I listened to my colleague's speech. He talked a bit about productivity, and he also complained on behalf of, he quoted the Port Authority saying that they have to spend money. Can the member explain to the House how we can improve productivity in Canada without businesses actually making investments in the tools and technologies that is required to improve the productivity? To improve productivity, first we have to focus on removing the low-wage workers so that the businesses can either train the existing workforce to be more productive or invest in tools and technologies to improve productivity. Can the member explain how businesses can improve productivity without investing?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, one of the reasons behind Canada's productivity is that Canada has been amongst the worst when it comes to developed countries attracting capital. And so we absolutely need capital. But the only way that we're going to get more capital, the only way we're going to increase productivity is that if we have a carbon tax election.
And comments? L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I was going to try to say his writing name, but I'll just say my colleague. So I'd like to hear from him about the amendment having to do with naming members to boards of directors of ports representing workers. What are his thoughts on that amendment?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, conservatives will continue to stand up for workers. What I'm troubled by, though, by this legislation is that it could lead to the loss of hundreds of good-paying union jobs. Common sense conservatives will stand up for union workers by growing the economy and making sure that the private sector and private unions expand.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my friend from Northumberland, Peterborough South. And I note that congratulate him on his new position. I know he's a passionate supporter of Via Rail and passenger rail improvement in this country. We hope to work together on that. But on this bill, I support Bill C-33, and I would ask him to consider that the Port of Vancouver Fraser Port Authority is massively inefficient, that the anchorages that they send to sit for free parking in the waters of the Salish Sea in my riding sit there doing no economic good at all. It's because the rail service of moving goods by rail is so inefficient that prairie grain farmers can't get their grain shipped out on time, that they end up having one hole filled and then the freighters sent to sit someplace. Everyone loses. Prairie grain farmers lose, workers lose, the environment loses. This bill offers some improvements, and I asked him if he wouldn't consider supporting it so that we could improve the economic efficiency of the Port of Vancouver.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with that member going forward. And I'm certainly not here saying that our ports and our railway infrastructure aren't in need of improvement. And I think I've been on public record of saying that. It's my position and the position of our party, though, that this bill will have a net negative impact on productivity. And perhaps we can work in the future with that member to improve our infrastructure to increase productivity and help people.
Le temps pour une brève question. The honourable member for, Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I come from those prairies where that grain is grown and needs to be shipped, and all of our manufacturing, everything, we're very landlocked, and those ports are incredibly important to us. But I can tell you, everyone that runs a small business or any kind of agriculture business, anything that needs those ports in our province, is looking at this and going, new reporting requirements, increased red tape and regulatory burdens, new advisory committees. This is not how you run something efficiently, by adding more of these issues that will actually decrease the efficiency and competitiveness of our ports. So I'd just like a quick comment from the member.
Honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you
Brief
for
response.
that tough but fair question. I'll just quickly end with a Ronald Reagan quote. If government sees something move, they tax it. Yeah. If it keeps moving, they regulate it. And if it dies, they subsidize it.
That's right.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. C'est un grand honneur pour moi de prendre la parole ce matin au sujet de ce projet de loi SAFE.
Today I rise to speak to Bill C-33. I would like to start by thanking my colleague for Richmond, Arthabaska. I'd like to thank him for supporting my amendments this morning.
Pleased to finally be standing at third reading on this bill. Bill C-33's history, I'll recount it briefly, but it hasn't been brief. This bill first came forward for first reading in November 2022. So we're coming up on 2 years. We have to get this bill passed and through the Senate before whenever an election occurs. Let me go through the history here. When it was first brought, I want to thank the previous Minister of Transportation who did the heavy lifting on this, and that's the Member of Parliament for Mississauga Centre. Then in summer of 2023, it shifted to being the member for Honoré-Mercier, and I think it was yesterday, or it shifted to being the honorable member for Oakville. This is critical legislation. It deals with rail safety and issues relating to our ports. There are many, many sections to this, and obviously, given that it deals with such substantially different issues, les enjeux dans ce projet de loi.
There are issues in this bill. We need to prioritize rail safety and marine safety. The issue this poses in my riding, I will tell you about.
And I want to specifically, of course, address my own amendment. But before getting to that, I really do want to salute the work of members on all sides of this place, particularly contributions from New Democratic members of committee and from the Bloc Québécois in major improvements in this bill, following support from some Liberals on the committee, Green Party amendments at committee to improve the legislation. For instance, some of my amendments that were accepted make it a part of the fundamental purpose of the Marine Act to also respect the environment and Indigenous rights. These are important elements because the system that's used out of the ports along the BC coast significantly impact Indigenous rights and significantly impact the environment, but have never been recognized before. Some of the things that are done here, which are terribly important, is to try to improve the efficiency of ports along the BC coast. It's not extra paperwork, it's not extra regulation. It's trying to make sure that our ports operate efficiently in the interests of everything from prairie grain farmers to First Nations, Indigenous peoples, Coast Salish peoples up and down the BC, particularly on southern Vancouver Island, who are negatively impacted by the failure of the Port of Vancouver Fraser Port Authority from ever consulting First Nations about the appropriation of their lands, their territories, but particularly their traditional rights in the waters of the Salish Sea, completely ignored for a very long time. So when we look at the legislation, initially at first reading back in November 2022, I was pleased to see it and excited to see it and glad we finally had some improved legislation. I will say one of the things that I'm encouraged about, which came forward with the legislation and with some amendments, that the Minister of Transport will now, if the minister, he or she has reasonable grounds to believe that a vessel is a threat or poses a direct or indirect risk to the security of marine transportation, or to the health of persons involved, the minister may direct the vessel to proceed to a different place. Now, why does this matter so much? So for members who are not coastal and who haven't heard this really quite horrific situation, because of the inefficiencies, particularly in shipping goods in bulk, containers basically have computerized systems and barcodes along the side. They come into the port authority, whether it's a port up and down the coast, whether it's Prince Rupert or Vancouver. The containers are read quickly and moved to the right place. They tend to be shipped out quickly. The difficulty comes with shipping of goods in bulk, primarily coal, metallurgical and thermal, and different categories of grain, whether barley or durum, the wheat and the barley that shows up at ports doesn't get shipped efficiently. And then it has to be loaded into freighters that have several different holds. They can have 3 or 4 different holds, Madam Speaker. So what happens is, because it seems that every year, and I'm sure prairie farmers, if they're watching today, will know that this is the case, CN and CP Rail seem to be surprised every year by something called fall and grain harvest. And they don't have the cars lined up to ship that grain efficiently to ports where it's going to go to other countries to make, so farmers can recoup their costs and other countries can buy our grain. So what happens is you get one hold of a freighter loaded. The Port of Vancouver then says, okay, there's no room for you in this port. Just go sit up there. Sit near Galliano Island for a while. Go sit near Pender Island. Go sit near Gabriel. That's fine. Just sit there and cool your jets. You get free parking there. No benefit to the local community at all. You just drop your anchor. Destroy the benthic organisms below. Make a lot of noise and contribute to the threatened status of the southern resident killer whales. So there are a number of things that this bill does which are improvements. One is to allow the Minister of Transportation to redirect where those ships are sitting. And I put to my friends on the Conservative side of the House, think about this. You want accountability? Why is it that our harbor authorities are so unaccountable, don't talk to local communities, don't have to care about it? They are a law unto themselves. This bill begins to represent the concerns of Indigenous peoples and communities up and down our coast. Now, the amendment, and I really want to get to my amendment before I run out of time, is to do something that was promised by the Liberal Party in the 2021 election campaign, which is to ban the export of thermal coal. Now, thermal coal, unlike metallurgical coal, is being shipped to other countries for the purpose of burning it to release greenhouse gases for electricity. But more galling than the export of thermal coal is that the thermal coal being shipped out of the Port of Vancouver is coming from the United States. It comes up on rail cars. It contributes to coal dust through communities like Tsawwassen. It contributes to immediate health negative impacts. And why is it coming up from the US? Because the United States, up and down the West Coast, has banned the export of thermal coal for climate reasons. So US coal is being shipped up to Canada to be moved to our ports to slow down the efficiency of the ports because it's a bulk export, same problem, getting it into different holds of different vessels to ship to another country where the United States and the states up and down their West Coast won't do this anymore. So we have the burden of a climate impact that's negative, of a negative impact on the survival of our southern resident killer whales, and affront to Indigenous rights. And all of this contributing to the inefficiency of the Port of Vancouver. So we have an amendment in this bill that did get through committee clause by clause, but it won't take effect until the year 2030. So my amendment tries to align the interests of existing and previous government promises in all these areas: climate action, protection of endangered species, respect of Indigenous rights, and in one fell swoop, this amendment would bring the banning of thermal coal up to 2025 instead of being postponed to 2030. And the current language is quite permissive in that regard. Again, there are more aspects of Bill C-33 than I can cover in a short speech at this moment of finally getting to report stage. But I want to ask all members here to consider how important it is to get this bill finally, considering that clause by clause took place in December of 2023. Here we are in September of 2024. Let's get these amendments passed. I urge colleagues, I'd be very grateful for support for the amendments that I'm bringing forward today on behalf of the Green Party to accelerate the banning of thermal coal from Canada. Metallurgical coal would still be going through our ports, but the specific coal that, as I said, the US states have already taken action for climate reasons alone, that they won't ship it. So let's make sure Canada stops shipping thermal coal overseas and at the same time take significant action to reduce the amount of noise which is driving our southern resident killer whales to extinction. At the same time, respect Indigenous rights. I thank the Wasatch Leadership Council for their work on this issue. I thank the citizen groups up and down the southern Vancouver Island who track these freighters, and I urge all colleagues to expeditiously see the passage of key amendments for the environment and the approval of Bill C-33 at third reading, and report stage first and then third reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for her comments. Myself and the member do share something that's very near and dear to both our hearts, and that is a jurisdiction that we represent that is very strategic in Canada's overall supply chains, trade corridors, the Asia Pacific, in my neck of the woods, the Niagara Ports Trade Corridor along the St. Lawrence Seaway. So with that, Madam Chair, my question to the member is that how do you see this bill, Bill C-33, contributing overall to the Canadian economy with respect to the supply chains that are identified, the capacity needed within those supply chains, and with that creating fluidity, primarily in both our areas that are very strategic, but as well giving the country a better and more strengthened economy?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and he's right. We have exchanged, I would say, conversations that border on rants about how it feels to be in a community where our harbor authority really seems to lack accountability or care and concern, which affects the economy as well as communities. If, as a modern industrialized country with a significant value to our economy from exports, our harbors have to be more efficient. They have to operate with accountability to their stakeholder groups that surround them, that include, as I said, people who want to ship goods, prairie farmers in particular have been up in arms, and I've met with many of them about how inefficient it is and how unprepared every single year CN Rail and Canadian Pacific. By the way, the full name for Canadian Pacific recently has become Canadian Pacific and Kansas City Rail. CN Rail's biggest shareholder is Bill Gates. I'm wondering how much these shippers of our key parts of our supply chains are really devoted to Canada, since they're owned and privatized elsewhere. But I would say that this bill will contribute to economic improvements by making our ports more efficient.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her talk on transportation, particularly the Port of Vancouver. She talked about supply chain disruptions in shipping grain from the prairies to the port and off to overseas. And one of those disruptions is the inability of the Port of Vancouver to load grain on rainy days, which we have quite a few of in Vancouver. And I wonder if, of all the supply chain problems, that seems like one that is looking for a solution. I wonder if the honourable member has a comment about that.
Honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And thank you, my friend from Langley Aldergrove. Obviously, he knows wherever he speaks, there are quite a lot of impediments to the efficient loading of grain, even when you get the grain to port, when there's actually a freighter there with holds ready to take it away. I do support the Longshoremen's Union. I know they've negotiated in their collective agreements a number of restrictions on the way in which, for safety reasons, grain is loaded when it rains. But I have to say, I think there's better solutions than the current state of affairs. We should be able to load grain efficiently, even when it rains. Not a rare event at the Port of Vancouver. So I sympathize with his question, and I don't think I have time to comment further, but thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Une brève question.
A brief question. The honourable member for, pardon me, Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will ask a quick question. I commend my Green Party colleague on her speech, which was fascinating. And it's very clear that she knows the file very well, even though she's not on the Transport Committee. So hats off to her. So the amendment to stop exporting coal as of 2025, to what extent does she feel that that's important? And how important would it be for the Liberals to not cave to Conservative and NDP pressure, as usual?
Islands.
Je veux dire un grand merci.
A huge thank you to my honourable colleague, the member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. He is one of the opposition MPs who really worked hard to improve this bill in order to protect the environment. It is absolutely essential to take action before 2030. We need to stop exporting coal. We need to stop exporting coal from our ports. It causes delays for other products and goods being exported as well. So we need to take action immediately, and I thank my dear colleague.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable South Okanagan West Kootenay, and will have to interrupt him at some point, but he'll be able to continue after. So the honourable South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to rise here today to speak to Bill C-33 at report stage. It's gone through committee and going towards third reading, an act that will amend a number of other acts. I won't list them all, but is essentially a bill that is meant to update and improve the safety, security, and efficiency of our rail and marine transportation systems. I'm also happy to report that the NDP will be supporting this bill because it's clearly needed, and it's been needed for a long time, as the member from Saanich Gulf Islands mentioned. It represents the effort to strengthen that efficiency, resilience, security, and safety of Canada's supply chains, a subject that's often talked about here. We've studied it in the International Trade Committee, something that we are increasingly aware of these issues, and this is provides some steps towards solving those problems. This act stems from the government's Railway Safety Act review and Port Modernization review, as well as the 2022 Supply Chain Task Force final report, and it's also intended to provide the foundation for a forthcoming national supply chain strategy. Now, off the top, I'd like to thank the wonderful member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who is the NDP transport critic and has been a real champion for improving the safety, security, and efficiency of our transportation networks. He even took the train across Canada last year to get back to his riding in northern BC and shipped his canoe on the same train, a canoe that he actually uses to visit his constituents along the Skeena River. Now, why will we support this bill? We note that many of the changes it makes to existing legislation are highly driven by corporate interests alone. And this bill falls short on addressing the concerns of municipalities, Indigenous communities, and workers, and doesn't implement the recommendations made by the National Supply Chain Task Force report or the Standing Committee on Transport's recommendation on railway safety. Thinks that that would be two obvious things to reference in this legislation that are ignored. And when we're talking about safety and security of our railways, ports, and shipping, we're talking directly about the safety of workers, the people who actually move the people and products that are essential to our supply chain. So this bill is a missed opportunity on several fronts. Rail workers and communities have been calling for improvements to rail safety, many of which were recommended in a June 2022 report by the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities. This bill, as I said, is silent on the recommendations from that report. And that was 2 years ago. Similarly, port congestion during the pandemic raised serious concerns regarding ships using anchorages in the Salish Sea near communities and ecologically sensitive areas. And this has been going on, I must admit, before the pandemic. I remember the wonderful Sheila Malcolmson, then the MP for Nanaimo Ladysmith, bringing this up repeatedly, as the member from Saanich Gulf Islands just did. This is something that needs to be fixed. This bill goes part of the way there, but not far enough. The NDP managed to pass amendments to reduce anchorage times in these areas, but we're not able to pass amendments to improve rail safety, which this bill is supposed to be about. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to strengthening port governance, workers deserve a seat at the table. It's important that new requirements for consultation and reporting reflect the capacities of both large and small ports. It's also critical that these new requirements are more than corporate window dressing, that they are rigorous enough to deliver true accountability, transparent accountability to communities, workers, First Nations, and the environment. The NDP passed amendments giving workers representation on port authority boards, expanding advisory committees for surrounding communities, municipalities, and First Nations, and creating different requirements around financial reporting for small and large ports to address capacity issues. The government needs to go further to address corporate capture in Canada's supply chain, particularly in the rail sector. Multi-billion-dollar corporations still operate with little federal oversight. The Auditor General has raised serious concerns over the years about the government's reliance on safety management systems as the main safeguard for workers and communities. Better transparency, stronger federal rules, and more rigorous enforcement are needed more than ever. So I just want to run through some of the NDP amendments to this bill that were adopted at committee. Amendments that require labor representation on Port Authority's board of directors, something that will go a long way to, I think, making things smoother in terms of labor relations in our ports. And I know we've studied the Vancouver port strike in our International Trade Committee, and people forget that we've had a very long period of peace in labor in the Vancouver port. The last strike was in 1969. So things have been working fairly well. And most of the time there's a disruption, it's a lockout, as what we saw in the rail dispute recently. It's the companies, the corporations that are causing those problems. Another amendment
I'll just stop the honourable member there. given that he's got a little bit of a break, and it is time for statements by members, but the honourable member will have 4 minutes the next time this matter is before the House to finish up his statement, his speech. Statements by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Milton.
Thanks to the CBC, Radio-Canada, Canadians enjoyed open and equitable access to countless hours of amazing sport. From the Paris Olympic and Paralympic Games, Canadians cheered on our incredible athletes as they won medals, broke records, and pushed the limits of human performance. The role that CBC plays as a public broadcaster in connecting Canadians to the Olympic and Paralympic Games is absolutely vital. The accessibility that CBC provides to ensure that everyone from urban centres to remote communities can share in the excitement of the Games equally. For decades, CBC has brought the Olympics and Paralympics right into our living rooms and now right onto our devices. Madam Speaker, Scott Russell, the king of Canadian sports broadcasting, has been our host through these moments of triumph and heartache for over 40 years and an astonishing 17 summer and winter Olympic and Paralympic Games. And this summer, Scott announced that Paris would be his final games as a broadcaster. As he signed off with an emotional farewell, Scott shared that he has had the time of his life. Scott, because of your work, we've had the time of our lives too. So on behalf of the Canadian government, all Canadian athletes, and Canadian sports fans, thank you, Scott. We love you, King.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to represent a rural riding which includes many of the Amish community. The Amish do not use electricity, phones, or the internet. They are pacifists, don't vote, and many are dual Canadian U.S. citizens. In April 2021, I first asked this Liberal government how they were communicating border restrictions and requirements to Canadians like the Amish. I followed up this in February, September, and November of 2022, both here in the House and in written questions, as I started getting reports that the community was facing fines in excess of $250,000 for failure to use the ArriveCan app, get the right COVID test, or failure to quarantine. The government finally responded in January of 2023 that they didn't inform the Amish of the rules before they arrived at the border. Now the community is facing approximately $300,000 in fines, and collection agencies have taken liens out against many of the Amish properties. Was this the Liberal government's intent to discriminate against this community? If not, will they now rectify the situation and give the Amish their farms and lives back?
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Madam Speaker, Scarborough Agincourt recently lost a beloved community member. Daryl Harding dedicated over 30 years to coaching baseball at Wishing Well Park. His contribution to the Scarborough community and to the game of baseball was inspiring, and his positive impact on youth will be felt for years to come. Daryl's work with the Wexford Agincourt Baseball League was a remarkable example of dedication and commitment to community. In recognition of his volunteering over 1,200 hours to youth baseball each year, Daryl was chosen by the Toronto Blue Jays as a Seat 21 honoree. My condolences go out to Daryl's children and the local baseball community. He will truly be missed. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, on July 12th, Port Alberni lost a champion with the sudden passing of its city councillor, former mayor and community activist John Douglas. Before settling in Port Alberni, John worked as a paramedic in Vancouver's downtown east side on the front lines of the toxic drug crisis. He moved to Port Alberni in 2004 and served another 8 years as a paramedic before running for public office. On behalf of the city, he worked closely with First Nations in tourism management and economic development, and was a forceful advocate for social planning, mental health and addictions, food distribution and housing solutions for the Alberni Valley. He worked with the Port Alberni Shelter Society, advocating for change in the way addiction treatment is conducted, and a park is named for him in the community. John loved Port Alberni and promoted its potential wherever he went in this world. And on behalf of us all, I offer my condolences to John's wife, Donna, and family. He was a true champion at Port Alberni and will not be forgotten. Rest in peace, my friend.
The honourable member for Orleans.
Madam Speaker, today marks Military Family Appreciation Day, a day dedicated to recognizing and honoring the sacrifice and the unwavering strength of our military families, the backbone of our Canadian Armed Forces. Their dedication and love are fundamental to the success of our service members, enabling them to carry out their vital missions. They sometimes feel overlooked which is why in the defense policy update, we made commitment to ensure that members and their families are cared for, have additional support and resources available, and ensure that they can live in comfort as they serve Canada. I thank the family members of all of our Canadian Armed Forces members from coast to coast to coast, and including those in my riding of Orléans, families like Major Gabriel Rousseau, his wife Nadia, and their two young children, Victor and Camille, for all they do. Merci.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
After 9 years of this, Prime Minister, our warships are rusting out, our fighter jets are worn out, this army has been hollowed out, and we're so short of soldiers, sailors, and air crew that our troops are burnt out. We found out last week this Prime Minister spent almost $35 million on new sleeping bags for our troops, but nobody checked to see if they were actually suitable for Arctic conditions. Our troops, while training with our U.S. allies in Alaska, had to resort to using old sleeping bags from the 1960s. This Liberal government is literally leaving our troops out in the cold. When it comes to our military, with these Liberals, it's just failure after failure after failure. From the failure to procure light armored utility vehicles to our troops in Europe having to buy their own helmets, vests, and food, this Liberal government cannot be trusted to keep our troops or Canadians safe. If these Liberals can't get the little things right, how can anyone trust them to get the big things like submarines bought on time and on budget? Our future common sense Conservative government will stand up for our military heroes and ensure they are properly equipped to do their important work to protect Canada.
The honourable member Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, Surrey has one of the fastest growing populations in the Lower Mainland, and with that, the number of seniors set to rise over the next 25 years. I'm honoured to share with you all about the groundbreaking of the new Grunonic Diversity Village Seniors Facility opened by the Pick Society of British Columbia. Madam Speaker, behind this much-needed community project is the progressive vision of the late Charn Paul Gill, the CEO of PICS, Satbir Chima, and the countless staff, board members, donors, and volunteers of the organization. This village will have 125 beds housed over a three-story building. This long-term care facility will offer South Asian seniors with high quality and culturally sensitive care and companionship. Madam Speaker, this is a visionary project, and I cannot wait to welcome seniors to their new home.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
I attended several Canadian Pride celebrations this summer as part of my role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth, and I heard appreciation for our initiatives to advance equality, like the first 2S LGBTQI+ Action Plan and the Entrepreneurship Fund. Also, I heard people are terrified of losing the progress we've made, particularly when Conservative premiers are turning healthcare and family decisions political, targeting gender diverse kids and making them feel unwanted, unworthy, and at risk of harm. And look where that rage farm leads. Here on Parliament Hill today, we have a crowd galvanizing hatred and fear of queer youth. Pride started as a protest. When we celebrate the rainbow at festivals across the country, we are also protesting the intolerance and hatred that is rising in Canada. The Pride community needs us more than ever, and I am proud our government will continue to stand with them, champion equality, and deliver programs that advance equity.
The honourable member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, the Liberals have found a way to expand their coalition, this time by convincing the Bloc to join them in keeping the PM in power. What's the Bloc for? More spending than ever, more public servants than ever, more scandals than ever, and all with Quebecers' money. What the Prime Minister promised the Bloc won't happen. They won't gain anything for Quebecers except another year of increased national debt. The Bloc had the opportunity to work with the future Conservative government and to negotiate for Quebecers on the woodland caribou issue. They must be the worst negotiators in history. Only a Conservative government can solve all the problems caused by this coalition. Canadians will remember what the Bloc and the NDP did to our country. Do they not understand that all Canadians, including Quebecers, want an election now?
Honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Tony Whitford, a great Northerner who passed away earlier this week. Tony's dedication to public service knew no bounds. He served with distinction in many roles, including as an MLA, a minister, speaker, sergeant at arms, deputy commissioner, and commissioner. I had the honor of serving with Tony in the 14th Legislative Assembly in the Northwest Territories as a rookie MLA. At the time, I learned a great deal from him. He was also a dedicated volunteer, spending countless hours supporting local charitable efforts and worthy causes in the North. Tony was a friend to all that knew him, and he will be dearly missed. Our condolences to his family and his loved ones. Masicho, Madam Speaker.
The honour member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicolin.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time's up. Why is that? 2 years ago, when the NDP leader couldn't beat the Liberal Prime Minister, he joined them. Their cozy coalition has led to higher taxes, food prices, and skyrocketing crime. Recently, the NDP leader said he was ending their partnership, but it was all a charade. He said the Liberal government was the worst ever and claimed it shouldn't be re-elected. Despite his theatrics, the NDP leader once again confirmed yesterday that he still stands with this Liberal Prime Minister. The NDP leader speaks of it being the people's time. Well, I agree. Let's let the people decide who's right and call a carbon tax election now. Canadians can choose between the continually costly coalition of this NDP Liberal government, which means ever higher taxes, less money for gas, groceries, and housing, more crime in our communities. Or Canadians can choose a new government led by our common sense Conservative leader who has a plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime.
The honourable for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal member for Kingston and the Islands and pathetic Twitter troll has admitted guilt to spreading disinformation. This disinformation was part of a dirty and deliberate attempt to smear the reputation of a fellow Canadian, to change the channel on the absolute rot and corruption that defines 9 years of this Liberal government. Only when legal action was taken and the member was exposed for spreading this vile disinformation did he fall to his knees and apologize. Everyone knows that the apology is fake. The member's actions are part of a broader campaign of smears and deception by a rotten, corrupt government willing to do and say anything to cling to power. The people of Kingston deserve so much better than that member, and Canadians deserve so much better than 9 years of this corrupt Liberal government.
The honourable member for Alfred Pallon. Madam Speaker, as part of the CIBC's Run for the Cure, tonight I'll be participating in the gala organized by the CIBC Laval team employees in support of breast cancer research. The funds raised will help improve the quality of life and provide emotional support for those affected by breast cancer. I wish courage and a speedy recovery to all those affected, and I pay tribute to their resilience, especially my dear sister Nina, as well as Ms. Daniela Lemetti and Amber Leclerc, who will be sharing their experiences tonight with the participants. Many thanks to the event organizers, including Mr. Ihab Zaid, Ms. Rosa Trunzo, Ms. Angelina Yanitsi, and Mr. Nick Calasurdo. The race will take place on Sunday, October 6th, and there's still time to sign up or support the runners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
The third annual Filipino-Canadian National Congress Leadership Convention is happening in Winnipeg tomorrow. Over 200 community and business leaders representing a diverse cross-section of Filipino Canadians will be in attendance, and the theme for this year's convention is strengthening communities from coast to coast to coast. In Port Moody, Coquitlam, we're fortunate to have amazing Filipino community leader, Trina Lopez, the founder and chair of the Pinoy Diaspora Canada, and Megan Alvarez, whose friendship and commitment to community building I appreciate and admire. Congratulations to all the attendees at this year's National Congress from me and my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. We, along with NDP MP-elect Leela Dance, look forward to attending the conference, and we want to thank the leadership of the Filipino-Canadian National Congress for inviting us.
The honourable member for
The The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. This year, the town of Fairmont, Quebec celebrates its 50th anniversary. When we think of Fairmont, we naturally imagine the abundance of iron ore, the immensity of its open pit mines, and its mythical wall. For my part, I think of its pioneers who now see their children and grandchildren growing up in Fairmont, where human warmth is matched only by the love that these people have for their community, even in the northern zone above the 53rd parallel. Supportive, generous, enterprising, and innovative, Fairmont citizens make this town what it is, a great place to live where neighbors have become friends, weaving the community together through mutual assistance. All of this magnified by the northern lights, dancing above tides of spruce, moving in the fresh air on cloudless evenings. All this is Fairmont. The residents of Fairmont, as we look forward to celebrating with you, well, I wish you a happy 50th anniversary, as festive and warm as you are.
The Honourable Member of Calgary Heritage.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time's up. This sellout NDP leader has sold out workers, families, and seniors. He skyrocketed food costs. He put his pension ahead of the people, ahead of 2 million lined up at food banks, ahead of 1 in 4 about to lose primary care. He told Manitobans he's done with his costly coalition. Yesterday, he teamed up with the Bloc to prop up this incompetent government. How demure, how mindful. Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't need bigger, corrupt coalitions. They have no confidence in these NDP Liberals. They need a carbon tax election where they can decide between 4 more years of crushing NDP Liberal carbon taxes or a common sense Conservative government that will axe a tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's bring it home.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Madam Speaker, it was a busy summer in Scarborough. Our annual community barbecue at Thompson Park saw thousands enjoying burgers, samosas, and other treats. We also held an ice cream social, and I attended many great community events from Canada Day to events celebrating the many great cultures that call Scarborough home. At community events, and as I knocked on doors this summer, Scarborough residents told me they are still finding it difficult to make ends meet. They are worried about the cost of groceries and rent. And they are worried that programs that are helping them, such as the Canada Child Benefit, National Child Care, and the new Canada Dental Plan, would be cut by the Conservatives to pay for tax cuts for the rich. As we resume our work in Ottawa, I will be fighting to deliver more help for those working hard to join the middle class and against Conservative cuts that will cost working people money.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 9 years, well, it's been a tough first week of session for this Prime Minister. A second defeat in a Liberal stronghold. And he's lost his Quebec lieutenant and a member of his caucus. That's right after the poor performance in the by-election. The only good news is that now he has a coalition with the leader of the Bloc Québécois in order to save his bad minority government. How can this Liberal government still ask for the confidence of parliamentarians or Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's a great idea to ask this question on September 20th, the day when the childcare benefit is being paid. In my colleague's writing, families are receiving $650, and that's with no tax. There are thousands of families in my colleague's writing. But as usual, the Conservatives want to cut everything, including, according to his leader, the childcare benefit. Does my colleague agree with that? The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, this Liberal bloc is the most centralizing and divisive government ever. It has increased the cost of living, doubled the cost of housing. Even the Quebec Premier is asking the Bloc Québécois to represent Quebec and not vote to perpetuate this government. Will Quebec ministers and members recognize that if the Bloc is not doing its job to represent Quebec, they should try to support Quebec by voting against this prime minister or following the lead of member for Honoré Mercier, become independents? The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's horrifying the level of cynicism it takes to decide to attach your political future to the failure of the Canadian economy, like the leader of the Conservative Party did. The leader of the Conservatives said that inflation would never end if we kept on with our policies and refused his policies, but now inflation is back to 2%, the appropriate level. Does he really believe in the silly things he says? Is everything just politics for the Conservatives? The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, it's very clear that a bad Liberal government for Quebec is bad for Quebecers. The Liberal Bloc can try to justify what it's doing, but other than stroking its leader's ego, there's no reason to support this Liberal minority government. When will the Prime Minister of the Liberal Bloc let Quebecers vote for a common sense government which will work hard for the interests of all Quebecers, which will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked about stroking the ego of the Conservative leader. Well, recently, the Conservative leader said that helping children go to school with a good breakfast was bureaucratic. He said that it was red tape to help children who don't have food to get a good breakfast before they go to school to learn. And you talk about feeding the ego of the Conservative leader instead of feeding children in his riding.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. But it was the leader of the NDP who was out trick-or-treating a bit early. He was tricking Canadians into thinking he was going to end his Liberal coalition, and his treat was his pension. As a result of that, more and more Canadians are facing the carbon tax, and we have 9 million Canadians who are facing food insecurity. Will the NDP Liberal government end its tricks and call a carbon tax election so it's Canadians who have the treat?
Hear, hear. I'm hearing some other voices aside from the one who has the floor. I would just ask members to please hold off until it's time for their question or comment. The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
You know, it's pretty rich for the Conservatives to be talking about pensions as they're actively committed to cancelling Canadians' pensions and their pensions, and the leader of the Conservatives' pensions worth more than $2 million. But as always, Madam Speaker, the three-word slogans coming from the Conservatives don't make sense. They're not even true. Inflation is down. Interest rates are down. Gas prices are way down. And according to the Canadian Climate Institute, thanks to our environmental policies, emissions are down too. Despite this good news, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives don't want to cheer for the Canadian economy or Canadians. They want bad news to tread on us.
Again, I'm hearing lots of voices, and I have my speaker on, and I'm having a hard time hearing the answer. So I would ask members to please listen carefully before they speak. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Here's the real news, Madam Speaker. The number of Canadians facing food insecurity is up 111%. That is 25% of Canadian families who can't afford to put food on the table. Let that sink in. How is that even possible? But that is the stark reality Canadians are facing as a result of the Liberal NDP costly carbon tax, driving up costs on farmers, on truckers, and on food production. The Liberal NDP government has already said they don't work for the people. They work for the Prime Minister. Will this NDP Liberal government put Canadians first and call a carbon tax election?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, time and time again in this House, the Conservatives cite food bank lineups and food insecurity to try to signal that they care about Canadians, while they every day stand up in this House and cheer on bad news and really root for the failure of our economy in Canada. Inflation is down to the Bank of Canada's target rate of 2%. That is good news for all Canadians. That affects food prices in this country. Our government has put forward a grocery rebate, GST rebate, immediate support, and a national school food program. The Conservatives voted against feeding children.
Député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Today, I'm going to talk about seniors' precarious financial situation. Seniors are listening to us, and they expect us to put aside petty politics. It's completely unjustifiable that people between 65 and 74 are receiving 10% less old age security than people older at a time when they're facing the same cost of living. There's no reason to create a two-tier system like this. This is age-based discrimination. Will the government put an end to this, or will it have to defend its actions at the ballot box? The Honourable Minister. Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, is that yes, we did increase assistance for seniors 75 and older. As my colleague knows, as we get older, we are less and less able to work. We have higher costs for medication, housing, and transportation. We have always said we will continue to be there for seniors in my riding and elsewhere. And then the good news is that as of July 22nd, there were 8,000 seniors in the riding of Saint-Jean who were part of the new Canada Dental Care Program. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. The Liberals have a choice. They can put an end to this two-tier system and increase old age security for seniors between 65 and 74, or they can keep giving us platitudes and they'll pay the price for that. But the Bloc Québécois is going to keep hammering the Liberals on this. A government with $34 billion to spend on a pipeline could definitely find the money to support seniors from 65 to 74. Will this government support all seniors from 65 years of age, or will they pay the price at the ballot box? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked about platitudes. It's not a platitude that 8,022 seniors in her riding as of July 22nd will now be able to get affordable, accessible dental care. Many of them have been waiting for this for years because dental care costs a lot. Cleanings, crowns, and so on. It's very expensive and it's painful. While they're not getting care, it's painful. But now there's 8,000 people in her riding, but some are not members yet.
Indigenous peoples represent 20% of unhoused people in Canada. The CEO of Ontario Aboriginal Housing Services, only 0.2% of all funding to end homelessness is going to Indigenous peoples. This means thousands will be living out in this cold this winter because of the Liberals. Conservatives voted against any funding for Indigenous housing. When will the Liberals end its genocidal policies, stop breaking their promises, and ensure Indigenous peoples have places to call their home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, we're taking action to address, the tremendous lack of safe, affordable housing and housing supports for Indigenous peoples in urban, rural, and northern communities. Conservatives are pulling from the same old Ottawa knows best approach. Since 2016, we've taken a different approach, working closely with partners to determine the scope and scale of housing needs on reserve. In our efforts to help close the gap, we've increased our funding for on-reserve housing by over 1,100%. We're supporting the construction, renovation, and retrofit of over 36,000 homes in First Nation communities and are co-developing a 10-year housing and infrastructure strategy. We won't stop, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Really disappointing, Madam Speaker, to see the Liberals stand up when they know they've done less than 2%, 0.2% spending on Indigenous housing need. Today, rental vacancy rates in St. John's bottomed out at 1.5%. That means that even when doing everything right, people still can't find an affordable place to live. This housing disaster is happening because Liberals and Conservatives gave 1 million affordable rental homes to corporate landlords. And now the people of St. John's and everywhere in Canada are paying the price. Why are the Liberals, just like the Conservatives, not protecting Canadians from greedy corporate landlords?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communication and Communities.
It is very true, Madam Speaker, that rent is too expensive in this country. But what's incumbent on all federal parties, including the NDP, is to put forward a plan. The Conservatives don't have a plan, but neither does the NDP. What's our plan to help on rent? We've waived GST from the construction of apartments for lower income and middle class families and individuals. We put forward an acquisition fund to help not-for-profits purchase housing facilities to keep rent affordable. And we've invested in co-op housing, the single largest investment in the past 30 years. Where's the NDP on these issues?
The honourable member Kelowna Lake Country.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The coalition just got bigger after the NDP leader's fake stunt of ripping up his agreement. Now, this NDP Liberal government has new partners in the bloc. These coalition partners support being part of a government that hiked taxes, ballooned food costs, doubled housing costs, and unleashed crime and chaos in our once safe streets. When will Canadians have a carbon tax election so they can decide between this costly coalition government and common sense Conservatives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the member opposite brought up crime and chaos in the streets, let's talk about what the member of St. Albert Edmonton was doing in the Ottawa streets just this past week. He was having cocktails and flirting with fascists who actually interrupted a Terry Fox memorial. Madam Speaker, Conservatives are spending more time with those who are flying Russian flags on Parliament Hill than concerned about Canadian safety.
Order. Order. I want to remind members, if they don't have the floor, they shouldn't be speaking, and there was quite a few of them doing that. So just listen to the answer, whether you like it or not. The order. Order. The honour for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, in Kelowna recently, someone broke into a home in Kelowna and stabbed a woman. This was a violent, random crime. And so for the member to talk about discounting crime and chaos in our communities, shame on her. Canadians can't afford this costly coalition that taxes your food, punishes your work, takes your money, doubles your housing costs, and unleashes crime and chaos in our communities. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. When will we have a carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives purporting to support feminism and to be against violence against women. Yet what we know is the vast majority that women are subjected to gun violence. Yet what do Conservatives do? They're silent. They take on the talking point of the gun lobby over Canadian women who are saying that we need to keep our communities safe and get restricted weapons that are meant for the battlefield off our streets. Why aren't Conservatives standing up for Canadian women?
Again, I want to remind members to please be respectful. They had the opportunity to ask a question. They should take the opportunity to listen to the answer. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton is out of order, and I would ask him to hold himself back from all of these outbursts. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Last week, the NDP leader, in a performance, ripped up the agreement with the Liberals, saying, "We will never, ever get back together." But there we are, the first week of Parliament, the first opportunity. The NDP are propping up the Liberal government. No one can keep up with this. They will or they won't SEGA. So, simple question for the parties of the other side. Will they or won't they?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the question wasn't directed towards us, I'll just take advantage of this day about military families to underscore the sacrifice of military families in Canada who help to support our safety here in Canada and elsewhere in the world. I know that there are currently a number of members of our forces who are in Latvia for Operation Reassurance. I'd like to thank all members of the forces and their families for what they do.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, time's up. According to Stats Canada, after 9 years of this Liberal government, 111% more Canadians are dealing with food insecurity. That's 4 million more Canadians who will have trouble feeding themselves tonight. What will it take for this cowardly coalition of the NDP and Bloc to finally stand up with Conservatives and defeat this tired, corrupt Liberal government?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Cynical politicians like the Conservatives have tied their political fortunes to the failure of the Canadian economy. Good economic news for Canadians is actually bad news for the Conservatives. They've told us time and again that there would be perpetual inflation unless we adopted their austerity agenda. Inflation is actually at a historic low, Madam Speaker. It's at 2%, which is exactly the target rate set by the Bank of Canada.
Here.
Are they really being honest when they speak in this House, or are they just gaslighting Canadians?
L'honorable député de Bellechasse-les-Échemins.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has told the Liberals that they will keep them in power, which means they've sacrificed their ability to negotiate, specifically about the Environment Minister's decree. The Premier of Quebec is asking the Parti Québécois to make their big brother in Ottawa see sense. The leader of the Bloc Québécois should support our motion to fire this incompetent, big spending and centralizing government. And when will the Liberals do something to help communities in the Saguenay region and give up on their order against forestry communities? The Honourable Minister. Well, my colleague had a question for the leader of the Bloc. It's up to the leader of the Bloc to answer, but I will just offer some useful information. I will just remind the member that thousands of seniors in her riding received their membership card for the new dental care program. But unfortunately, the leader of her party said on Radio-Canada recently that the dental care system doesn't even exist and there's no point asking for a membership card. Does she believe in her leader, or does she believe in the 16,000 seniors who received their membership card? The honourable member. The Bloc Québécois seems to be a terrible negotiator and unable to defend Quebec's interests. It announced openly to the Liberals, don't worry, guys, we're not going to cause an election. That doesn't leave them any leeway for negotiation. And it wasn't even able to convince this government to help Saguenay communities that are threatened by this Environment Minister's heartless decree. Will this centralizing spendthrift government support our demand to give up on this destructive environmental order? Once again, Madam Speaker, this is a question for the leader of the Bloc. I don't know why they're looking at us, but she didn't answer my question. Will she correct the insulting thing that the Conservative leader said yesterday? Once again, he spent the whole day insulting Quebecers. Will she call him to order and ask him to recognize that the dental care program, which is helping thousands of seniors in her riding, will she ask him to recognize that this dental care program exists?
James Nunavik-EU. Le fédéral coupe les vivres.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Liberal government is cutting funding to seniors' organizations. It's very upsetting that Ottawa is depriving organization of funding for the Aging Well at Home program because it's refusing to sign an agreement with Quebec. The Liberals know that they are interfering in Quebec jurisdiction and seniors are paying the price. They know very well that Quebec has its own very successful in-home healthcare program. When will they stop this practice of making seniors pay for their petty politics? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, we know that it's very important to help seniors, especially after the pandemic. And that's why the good news is that out of 22 projects for Quebec, 12 have already been approved. That's good news. There will be 10 others to approve. And we need to ensure that this money goes to community organizations in my colleague's riding, and that could be done instantly. That could be done instantly if everyone would just agree. The honourable member for Abitibi-Bay James Nunavik-EU. The Liberals know very well that they do not have the right to sidestep the government of Quebec. They are trying to leverage community organizations to interfere with Quebec's business, and they're blaming Quebec, saying that Quebec is the bad guy, whereas Ottawa is actually the one who's blocking the money. This would all be over in 5 minutes if the Liberals actually cared about seniors' interests. But instead, this deadlock has been going on for months. When will the Liberals finally stop taking seniors hostage? The Honourable Minister. Well, I'm a bit surprised because we just heard that helping seniors shouldn't be up to the federal government and that MPs in this House should not help seniors in their own ridings. I find that very surprising. We all in this House are responsible for helping seniors. And in this case, they simply need to call members of the National Assembly and tell them that the government should simply accept M30 and go ahead to fund these organizations.
Madam Speaker, 2 years ago, the NDP leader sold out workers when he signed on to the costly coalition that raised taxes, increased food costs, and doubled the cost of housing. Then, 2 weeks ago, he tore up the agreement, he said. But this was just a cheap political stunt to avoid losing a safe NDP seat in a Winnipeg by-election. After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and now time's up. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election now? Yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. While the Conservative Party is so focused on slogans and bumper stickers, we in government will continue to be focused on the real concerns that Canadians have, dealing with issues like inflation, which is, by the way, at 2% today, supporting our seniors, supporting our children, looking in terms of how we can build a stronger and healthier middle class, building a stronger and healthier Canadian economy. That's what we're focused on, while Conservatives are focused on idiotic ideas.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Wow. Conservatives are focused on axing the tax. The Prime Minister plans to quadruple the carbon tax, which has already made life unaffordable for working Canadians, and the NDP leader agrees with him. He's already voted for the carbon tax 24 times, no matter how much it hurts working people. The NDP leader will say or do anything to save himself, proving that he is not worth the cost. Canadians are fed up. They're ready for a common sense Conservative government to axe the tax. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Conservatives will never let the truth or good news get in the way of their shameless exploitation of the challenges that Canadians are facing these days. And their three-word slogans are not solutions, they're not policies, and they're childish, but they're also fake news. Inflation is down. Interest rates are down. Gas prices are down. And thanks to our environmental policies, emissions are down too. It's disappointing that the Conservative spirits are down with all this good news. It's clear that all they really want is negative news to blame us for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, just a few short weeks ago, the NDP leader, in a desperate attempt to stave off an imminent Conservative victory in a once safe seat, told Canadians that he would no longer support this Liberal government. Fast forward 2 weeks, and the great magician has performed a reappearing act, resurrecting his coalition with the Liberals. Canadians did not give this NDP Liberal government a mandate. Taxes are up, food's up, crime's up, and now time's up. When will this Liberal government finally give Canadians a choice and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, what we see is the Conservative Party, that far-right MAGNA party, which is being led by a leader that does nothing but spread negative news. He goes around every region of the country saying that Canada is broken. Well, have I got news for him, Madam Speaker? Canada is the best country in the world to live and call home. We will continue to be focused on making the conditions better for all Canadians. That is something that we're prepared to do, whether it's a budgetary measure or a legislative measure, because we care about Canadians.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, this government may claim that they care about Canadians, but Canadians across this country have told us loud and clear they don't care for this Liberal government. If they can't even win seats in downtown Toronto and downtown Montreal, how much longer can these Liberals hold on? Canadians didn't give them a mandate for exploding food prices. They didn't give a mandate for doubling housing prices. And they didn't give them a mandate to triple crime rates across this country. Canadians have been clear. They don't want a tripling of the carbon tax. They don't want 61 cents a litre for the carbon tax. When will this NDP Liberal government finally give Canadians a choice and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, Conservative rhetoric is up. Conservative nonsense is up. Rhyming is certainly up. And Canadians are getting fed up. My intention, Madam Speaker, is to do what I've always done, keep my head down, work on the issues with my colleagues. They can keep working on bumper stick slogans all day long.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, under the Liberals, Feed Ontario has reported an 8-year high in food bank usage. The report cited the lack of a social safety net as a cause for this crisis. Now, I know the sore losing leader of the Conservative Party is only concerned with protecting his rich friends and that people will get poor under his watch. So my question is for the Liberals. Will they listen to award-winning economists and support my bill C-223 to put in place a framework for a guaranteed livable basic income so people can afford to eat?
Hear, hear.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
It's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that through some crude political calculus, the NDP has compromised a progressive agenda for Canadians and abandoned the great work that we were doing together on programs like dental care, pharmacare, a national school food program, all of which strengthen the social safety net in this country. We've offered on grocery prices and through elevated inflation, a grocery rebate, 50% reduction in childcare fees, a grocery code of conduct. We've got comprehensive reforms to the Competition Act in this country. These are both short-term and long-term measures that are making a difference for Canadians every single day.
The honourable for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, this summer barges along the Mackenzie River were cancelled due to low water levels after a prolonged drought, stranding residents without shipments of supplies. Northerners have made it very clear that they need an all-weather road along the Mackenzie to keep a lifeline to their communities. Both the Liberals and the Conservatives are ignoring these calls. So will the Liberals fund the construction of a road connecting communities in the Sahtu, or will they keep denying Northerners the infrastructure that they need?
Excellent question.
The Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for that very important question. We know that climate change is real. We know that the climate is warming 4 times the rate in the north. The climate is warming 4 times the rate of the rest of Canada, and that's something we need to address. We are doing it with our northern partners, including the Premier of Northwest Territories, who I met about 3 weeks ago, and we had great discussions on the Mackenzie Highway, and that's going to come up in the future.
The honourable member for Hamilton East.
Madam Speaker, this week across Canada, we're celebrating National Legion Week. Legions significantly contribute to the well-being of veterans and ensure that Canadians remember the sacrifices they've made. In my riding, Stony Creek Legion Battlefield Branch 622, led by Stuart Jones, is a powerhouse of support for veterans. His leadership is truly inspiring, and we're deeply grateful. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs share with this House how our government has been there to support Legions and their incredible community contributions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are over 1,350 Legion branches across Canada, including Wally Legion Branch 229 in my hometown of Surrey. Their members represent one of the largest volunteer bases in this country. It's why we set up Veteran Organization Emergency Support Fund during the pandemic so that they could safely keep their doors open. And it's why we've been proud to support Legions to improve infrastructure, make accessibility upgrades, and deliver many new horizons for seniors projects. I want to thank the member for highlighting the Legion's impact in the community, and I hope members will join us in thanking Legions for all they do to build a stronger Canada.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time's up. 2 years ago, the NDP leaders sold out workers and signed a costly coalition deal with the Liberal Prime Minister. That deal hiked taxes, ballooned food costs, doubled housing prices, unleashed crime and chaos on our once safe streets. Will the Prime Minister finally call a carbon tax election so Canadians can choose between the costly coalition or common sense Conservatives who will axe the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm actually quite concerned about where the Conservatives are getting many of their ideas these days. You see, because records show that the Conservative leader got his advice on how to help Canadians struggling with the cost of living from a Loblaws lobbyist. He gets his advice on Ukraine from Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson, Madam Speaker. He's courted support from misogynists and far-right hate groups. And these are the advisors that I think Canadians should be afraid of.
The honourable member Calgary Shepherd.
It's just too bad that this prime minister, the only body he cares about is the one he has in the NDP and their leader, who voted 24 times to hike the carbon tax. And over the summer, while door knocking, what I heard clearly from Calgary to British Columbia to Ontario, everywhere I went, I heard the same thing. Canadians are fed up with the skyrocketing costs of food, gas, and housing. From food to housing, they're sick of paying for the NDP Liberal coalition's failures, and Canadians deserve better. Why won't the Prime Minister and his NDP backers let Canadians have their say in a carbon tax election right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it was interesting this summer to see our athletes compete at the Olympics. When our gymnasts at the Olympics stick a landing, all of us cheer. I think we should do the same this week, certainly with the Bank of Canada and the Government of Canada sticking the economic landing of inflation coming down to 2%, which is the Bank of Canada's target rate. That's what happened this week, Madam Speaker. Only the Conservative Party in this House did not cheer for Canada's economy. Just like this summer when they couldn't bear it when our athletes did well at the Olympics, winning gold medals. They did not cheer. They're never cheering for Canada's success.
Member for Bull River.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time is up. The NDP leader's publicity stunt got some airtime, but when it comes to voting against the government that he said was finished, he caves. Carbon tax already cost trucking industry $2 billion. Now, with this quadrupling, it will be expensive for our trucking industry to survive. Will they listen to Canadians and call a carbon tax election now? So common sense Conservatives can axe the tax now. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And once again, these Conservatives will never let the truth get in the way of their exploitation of the real challenges that Canadians are facing. They don't want to acknowledge the fact that in Canada, inflation is down to the target rate of 2%. Interest rates are down, gas prices are down, and emissions are down, Madam Speaker. But we've heard it from the Conservatives over and over again. They'll never cheer for the Canadian economy. But this summer, when we were all cheering on our Canadian athletes, I barely heard a squeak from the Conservative side. And in fact, the Conservative leader never even tweeted once about the Paralympics. That's really disgusting, Madam Speaker. We should all be on the side of Canada.
Order. The honourable for Regina, Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Despite the NDP leader's video claiming to tear up his support for the Liberals, the two parties continue to make life less affordable for Canadians. They have promised to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents per litre. Madam Speaker, why doesn't the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide if they want to continue to pay his carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, inflation is down, interest rates are down, car theft is down, gas prices are down, emissions are down, and all Conservatives can do is frown. I just don't understand why we don't have a Team Canada approach. The Canadian economy is getting better. Things are getting better. Why don't Conservatives try to work with us and make things better? That's the kind of House of Commons I want to be in.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nijet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Once again, we need to bring up Amira El-Gawabi. The Prime Minister's advisor on Islamophobia has given herself a rather broad mandate. She wants to dictate to universities which professors they should hire on the basis of religious criteria. That goes against the principle of secularism. She even wants to dictate the training that universities should offer them. This is clearly not desirable, nor is it any of her business. On Tuesday, the National Assembly of Quebec once again unanimously called for her to resign. But once again, she won't resign. When will the Prime Minister finally show her the door? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleague may know, I worked in universities for a long time, and I understand how incredible Quebec's universities are. They're renowned in Canada and around the world. We fully trust Quebec's universities to make the right decisions for them. But it's also important to consider diversity in such a large and diverse country as Canada. It's a blessing that we have this diversity. The Honourable Member. Ms. El-Gawabi's mandate is supposed to be building bridges, but all she's doing is digging gulfs and divides. She embodies a risk associated with excessive multiculturalism promoted by Canadian political parties. What risk is that? Well, when we care only about the needs of one interest group and when we're blind to the needs of others, that is not good for social cohesion. Ms. El-Gawabi is doing more than demonstrating that she's not the right person for the job. She is, in fact, demonstrating that the position itself should be scrapped. Will the government finally put an end to this failed experiment? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very easy to engage in divisive politics. It's easy to divide Canadians and Quebecers. Anyone can do that. What is more difficult to do, and also more important to do, is to unite people. We all in this room have the responsibility and the ability to unite people, whether we're Quebecers, from any walk of life, of any religion. We are all equal Quebecers in the eyes of the law, and we all have the right to live with dignity and to live well.
Madam Speaker, after 9 long years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. 2 weeks ago, the NDP leader made a big spectacle of tearing up the costly coalition agreement with the Liberals. But now he says the NDP will vote to keep them in power. What's the truth? It's all a stunt to trick voters. British Columbians are struggling and want to change election. Will the Liberals axe a tax or call a carbon tax election today?
Parliamentary Secretary.
You know what else British Columbians care about, Madam Speaker? Their workers care about unions. Yesterday, in front of the parliamentary committee that's responsible for labor issues, we heard what the Conservative position on unions actually is. They would allow for unions to be starved of membership dues that are vital for their functioning. That means unions wouldn't, among other things, be able to collectively bargain on behalf of their members. On the one hand, they talk about workers. You scratch the surface, Madam Speaker, you find a party that's the same old thing. They do not care about Canadian workers.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Even after their breakup, the leader of the NDP is keeping this prime minister in power. What a surprise. That means quadrupling the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre, driving more Canadians to food banks and grinding our economy to a halt and killing hundreds of thousands of jobs. That means he's punishing hardworking Canadians just to keep his pension. When will the Prime Minister do the right thing and call for a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Again, Madam Speaker, pretty rich for the Conservatives to stand up in this House when they've introduced legislation when they were in government to raise the retirement age to 67 and gut Canadians' pensions. Madam Speaker, we're the party that reformed CPP and brought forward more senior supports. We are working to ensure that Canadians' pensions are strong, Madam Speaker. But I have to mention, that member from British Columbia stands in this House all the time to rail against carbon pricing. He was part of the Liberal government in British Columbia that brought forward Canada's first ever carbon tax, a successful measure that has lowered their emissions in British Columbia for over a decade. The hypocrisy, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Liberal coalition is costing Quebecers and Canadians more and more. The Liberal Bloc voted for $500 billion worth of inflationary centralizing spending. Frankly, what good is the Liberal Bloc? They're spending more than ever, they're causing more scandals than ever before, and hiring thousands more public servants, ballooning big bureaucracy with Quebecers' money. What does the Bloc support? Well, they support the Prime Minister and his government. Only a Conservative government can clean up this mess. What's the Prime Minister waiting for to call an election now? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, my colleague surely knows that Quebecers have already experienced Conservative austerity, and they didn't want more of it. Quebecers know that when we invest in them, when we help the most vulnerable, when we help seniors, that's how we help Quebecers get through tough times, like the tough times we experienced during the pandemic. My colleague knows full well that we we're able to invest in Canadians, all while getting inflation back down. It's back into the normal target range now. So we don't want conservative austerity, and neither do Quebecers. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Madam Speaker, we know that families across the country are struggling with the cost of living, including in my riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle, which will soon be called Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville. The Canada Child Benefit is a source of support for families in my community. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development please inform the House of the impact that this important benefit has had on Canadian families?
L'Honorable Secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For over 4 million Canadian families, the Canada Child Benefit has made a real difference. They can receive up to $5,000 per child under 5 and $7,000 for children over that age up to 17. The benefit was increased in July of this year. It will now be about $350 more per year as compared to last year. And the benefits have already been sent out. The Conservatives, though, they would cut this program and they would leave families to struggle.
And Rideau Lakes.
Well, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up, with jaw-dropping news about carbon tax Carney. His investment firm owns the second largest mortgage insurer in Canada, and these Liberals changed the rules to allow for larger and longer mortgages, meaning higher interest payments and more money in carbon tax Carney's pocket. His company's stock shoots to 6-month highs, and he tells the Prime Minister to raise the carbon tax on Canadians. Is that supposed to be a good deal for Canada?
L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Unlike the Conservatives, we do see the value in consulting experts from across Canada. But let's talk about where the Conservatives have been getting their advice lately. You see, the leader of the Conservative Party gets his advice on how to help Canadians with the rising cost of food from a Loblaws lobbyist. They also get their advice from Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson. Madam Speaker, these Conservatives get their advice from misogynists and far-right hate groups, and I think Canadians should be very concerned.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
It's a new conflict of interest every single day with carbon tax Carney. His buddy, the CEO of Telesat, got $2.14 billion in a check from this government for what other companies say they could do for half the cost. His investment firm is in discussions with the Liberal government for $10 billion taxpayer dollars. And like I just said, his investment firm is also going to be cashing in with 6-month stock price highs after changes to the mortgage rules. Is it any wonder that this Liberal Prime Minister, twice found guilty of breaking ethics laws himself, is trying to shield carbon tax Carney from Canada's conflict of interest regime?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, you know, sadly, what else is up? Character assassination. It's unacceptable, Madam Speaker, to come into this chamber and time after time go after individuals' character. It undermines the integrity of this institutions, and Canadians are fed up. I would have thought this member of all people would have learned that lesson some time ago, but apparently I was wrong. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Carbon tax Carney's appointment as a de facto finance minister is more of the same boondoggle this government is famous for. Almost immediately, a $10 billion contribution to one of the companies that he serves on is announced, shoveling an extra $200 million per year to Brookfield, and carbon tax Carney shoving more money in his own pockets. Why did the Prime Minister exempt his de facto finance minister from conflict of interest rules?
The Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Conservatives stop betting against the success of Canadians. Canada's growth is actually projected to beat all of our peers, the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, and I could go on. But the Conservatives have hitched their political and electoral fortunes on the failure of the Canadian economy. The truth is that we are making the economic pie larger and larger so that every Canadian could get a larger slice, Madam Speaker. When will the Conservatives stop betting against the success of Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Madam Speaker, this summer, millions of Canadians tuned into the CBC and Radio Canada to cheer on Team Canada at the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris. Canadian athletes set new records and made us all so proud. Scarborough is home to many athletes who train at the Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre, but it is also an important community hub for activities and events. We are proud of our local heroes like Scarborough's Josh Leondo, who became the first Black Canadian swimmer to win an Olympic medal. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Sports and Physical Activity let this House know how we are supporting athletes so they can keep representing Canada with pride and excellence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians are proud to celebrate the exceptional performances of Team Canada athletes this summer as they won a record number of medals and inspired the next generation of Olympic athletes. And Madam Speaker, through Budget 24, our Liberal government boosted the Athlete Assistance Program that supports Canadian athletes. These carding checks directly support over 1,800 athletes across more than 94 sports. But we're also investing more broadly in participation, Madam Speaker, not just for future sports stars, but also to support the physical and mental health, the strength of our communities through the power sport, physical activity and recreation. Our community Sport for All has brought sport to over 1 million Canadians so they could try new sports and activities, because when Canadians are moving, our whole country wins.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Communities in my riding have been waiting for the plan for open net fish farms. It was supposed to be released in June. The Liberals instead announced that they'd be announcing a plan later. The Liberals have spent years delaying on real job strategy for all of those who will be impacted. Coastal communities must not be left behind. Will the Liberals stop the delay and ensure the plan delivers necessary funds to support impacted First Nations and coastal communities?
Here, here.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is committed to protecting wild Pacific salmon and will implement a ban on open net pen salmon aquaculture in British Columbia by 2029. Fisheries and Oceans Canada is working to ensure that the draft transition plan for salmon aquaculture is measured and indeed responsible. It is important to take the time necessary, Madam Speaker, to get the draft transition plan right, given its importance to British Columbians. Work on the draft transition plan is underway and will be released in the coming weeks.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, Khaled Bearcat is a member of Samadoun and a leader of designated terrorist group Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine. Bearcat was banned from entering the EU, and Germany banned Samadoun outright. Yet in Canada, Bearcat is free to spew hatred. At one rally, he said Canada should condemn the killing of terrorist leaders and that he hopes for Israel's destruction. Will the Liberal government take action to have Bearcat arrested for hate propaganda and list Samadoun as a terrorist organization, or will it continue to be a doormat?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in no way, shape, or form is hate speech or the support of terrorism allowed in our country. We are deeply concerned about these statements. We are looking into this situation, into this matter. We take the member opposite's question seriously and are here to promote a Canada that is united together, that confronts discrimination and is in harmony. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And that brings us to the end of question period.
As mentioned during the statement from the Speaker on 16th of September, the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. I thank them for paying particular attention to the sound level.
Tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table pursuant to subsection 94(2) of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72 sub 2 of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Office of the Information Commissioner of Canada on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by members.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports for interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if you seek it at this time, I think you will find the unanimous consent for the following motion, that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Mr. Turnbull from Whitby, for Mr. Lauzon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All those opposed to what the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary moves in the motion, please say nay.
The terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Motions. Oh, sorry. Okay, Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Eichitson, moves that the 31st report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, November 7, 2023 be concurred in. Debate. The honour member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honor to rise in this House today to move concurrence on the 31st report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Now, Madam Speaker, why? Why is this important? Why should we be debating this motion? Because, Madam Speaker, this report refers to the Auditor General's report on chronic homelessness. And Madam Speaker, this report is truly a damning report on the state of this government's actions to address chronic homelessness in Canada. And why does this matter? Why does a report like this matter to Canadians in my riding of Perth Wellington and in ridings across the country? It matters because those experiencing homelessness in our community are real people. They are family members. They are brothers and sisters. They are sons and daughters. There's moms and dads. They're friends, and in some cases, they're co-workers. And those experiencing homelessness have been let down by this Liberal government. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to provide a little bit of local context in my riding of Perth Wellington. Like many members, many colleagues in our official opposition, we spent the summer speaking with and interacting with many local families, stakeholders, and municipalities about what they were seeing on the ground in each and every one of our communities. I had the great pleasure to speak with stakeholders like the United Way of Perth Huron, who are making significant efforts to address homelessness and the challenges in our community. Madam Speaker, now, Mr. Speaker, I spoke with folks at the local community food center. I always enjoy stopping by the local community food center because I always feel like it's walking into a giant kitchen and chatting with people around a giant kitchen table. And I spoke to a couple of folks who were there enjoying the community meals, who could not afford their rent. They could not afford the skyrocketing rents that they see in our communities. And unfortunately, this is happening across the country, not just in large urban centers, but in small town and rural communities like those in Perth Wellington. A few short years ago, it would have been unthinkable that in a place like Stratford or a place like Listowel in North Perth, there would be encampments. But yet, here in 2024, after 9 years of this government, we see encampments in these small town rural communities. This summer, I was able to speak with family members whose loved ones couldn't find a place to live, who lacked the supportive housing that was necessary for them to be able to excel and to survive in our communities. I spoke with service providers who talked about the long wait lists to access the services that they provide. And I spoke with those who provide food for those in need. And they are experiencing the challenge because at the same time that demand is up for their services, the ability of those in our community to give is down. It's down because money is tight. It's down because it's a challenge to make ends meet. And unfortunately, there's a lot more month left at the end of the paycheck. And that's the challenges that we're facing in our communities across this country. Of course, I also engage regularly with municipalities. Municipalities that are ready and able, or ready and willing to do their part, but unfortunately are not finding a partner in this government. I want to give one example, and that is the Housing Accelerator Fund. Not a single community in Perth, Wellington, and in most small town and rural communities across this country received a cent, not 1 cent from the Housing Accelerator Fund. And one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, is because small rural communities like the township of Mapleton were considered to be large urban municipalities. Oh, wow. Small town rural communities, farming communities with populations slightly over 10,000 were being lumped in as large urban municipalities, having to compete for funds against the Mississaugas, the Torontos, the Ottawas, the Hamiltons of the world. These small town rural communities are desperate to do the work necessary to make sure that everyone has a roof over their heads. But the challenge is that they're not eligible for these programs because the government is making it impossible to access funds like large rural municipalities. And you know, Mr. Speaker, you know who else knows about these challenges? The member from Parry Sound, Muskoka, with whom I will be splitting my time. Hey. As our shadow minister for housing, he came to Perth Wellington this summer and spoke with key stakeholders about the efforts that we can make together to address the challenges of those experiences homelessness. Unfortunately, the Minister of Housing himself is asleep at the switch and is not putting in the efforts necessary so we can build the homes so that everyone has a place to call home. Now, Mr. Speaker, now that I've given the local context about why this is important, I want to address the report itself, the Auditor General's 5th report addressing chronic homelessness in Canada. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, this is truly a damning report. The Auditor General in her report found, and I quote, overall, Infrastructure Canada, Employment and Social Development Canada, and the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation did not know whether their efforts improved housing outcomes for people experiencing homelessness or chronic homelessness and for other vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, this government claimed to be investing, but has no clue. They have no clue what is happening on the ground. What's more, the Auditor General went on to say, the department did not know whether chronic homelessness and homelessness had increased or decreased since 2019 as a result of the investment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the report found that despite being the lead for the National Housing Strategy and overseeing the majority of its funding, the Canada Housing and Mortgage Corporation took the position that it was not directly accountable for addressing chronic homelessness. Infrastructure Canada was also of the view that while it contributed to reducing chronic homelessness, it was not solely responsible for achieving the strategy's target of reducing chronic homelessness. So, Mr. Speaker, we have federal departments and agencies who are claiming to be making investments to address the significant challenges of chronic homelessness and those experiencing homelessness in Canada, but yet they have no clue what's happening. And Mr. Speaker, in committee, we pressured the department to give us answers. And finally, at a second meeting it took, the Deputy Minister, Kelly Gillis of Infrastructure Canada, stated that the department had recently reported a 12% increase in homelessness in Canada. An increase for a government that's claiming to cut chronic homelessness in half by 2027. They're starting already in this year with a 12%, according to Infrastructure Canada, increase. But, Mr. Speaker, if we look at the PBO's report from earlier this year, from May 22nd, 2024, the PBO writes, and I quote, since 2018, the number of homeless people has increased by 20%. 20%. And they go on to write, PBO goes on to write, the number of chronically homeless people had increased by 38% since 2018. 38%. When we're seeing an effort, when we ought to see an effort to decrease chronic homelessness, this government has overseen an increase, a 38% increase in chronic homelessness since 2018. Not only is this unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable to the families and to the loved ones across this country who are experiencing homelessness, who are losing hope that they will ever find a place to call home, a place with four walls, a safe place in a safe community. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable, and the Auditor General has confirmed this. Our committee report in the Public Accounts Committee has confirmed this. Action that this government promised to take hasn't happened, and that is why we are moving concurrence in this debate today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la leader du gouvernement.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, we don't want to hide from the reality that homeless exists. We know that. And that's why we are committed to working with the many different stakeholders to improve that issue. The question I have for the member opposite is this so-called interest that they've taken in an issue that they did not have even just a few years ago. In fact, their current leader of the Conservative Party today was the Minister of Housing. And homelessness existed back then too. My question to the member is, can he cite one example, tangible example, of a proactive measure that his leader had taken on the issue of homelessness when he was the Minister of Housing?
L'honorable député de Port Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Under the former Conservative government, taxes were at their lowest point since John Diefenbaker was Prime Minister, and housing was actually affordable. You could afford to buy a home in a safe community. In places like my community, we've seen homes more than double in the short 9 years that this Liberal government has been in power. In a time where people had good homes with good salaries and be able to afford it, it's gone to places where you cannot even afford to put a roof over your head, where a small one-bedroom apartment in a place like Stratford or Listowel is now over $2,000 a month in a small rural community where it's unaffordable. Under our future Conservative government, we will do what is necessary to build homes, to reduce the red tape, to speed up processes, to remove those who are blocking the ability to build homes. That's our commitment, and that's what a future Conservative government under the leader from Carleton will actually achieve as a Conservative government.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Courtenay-Alberni.
So, Mr. Speaker, one of the first recommendations in the report is to develop a work plan to accelerate the available of national shelters to address homelessness, Mr. Speaker. But I'll tell you how it plays out on Vancouver Island. The only community, over 10,000 people, Parksville, Mr. Speaker, where the mayor of Parksville fought BC Housing, who was going to build a shelter in their community, Mr. Speaker. Now that mayor is running for the Conservative nomination. And what they did is they went to court, they blocked the shelter. They blocked the shelter. That's what they do. They're doing it in Port Coquitlam too, Mr. Speaker. Because you know what Conservatives do? They come here and they say one thing, but actually when they're governing, they do another thing. And what they did in Parksville, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely against human rights. It's a violation of human rights. What they want is for the problem just to go away. They want the homeless people just to go away. So maybe through you, Mr. Speaker, my colleague can address why Conservatives block shelters in places when people are living on the streets.
L'honorable député de Port Wellington.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it might seem like the member from Courtenay-Alberni may have a concern with his provincial NDP government there in British Columbia if they're not doing the work necessary to make sure that those who are unable to find housing aren't able to access the services that might be available. But let's be very clear what a Conservative government would do. We will ensure that the gatekeepers are removed, that the municipal gatekeepers are removed so that more housing can get built in all communities across our country, working with municipal partners so that housing can be built. Municipalities are ready and willing to do the work, But the challenge is that they're too often not being supported by this government, especially when we look at issues like the Rapid Housing Initiative and the National Housing Strategy, which are not supporting small town and rural communities in this country.
Avant de passer, on a le temps pour une question de 30.
A 30-second question. And I would just like to remind colleagues that the idea is that one person speaks at a time and everyone else listens and speaks when they have the floor. So a 30-second question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member never answered my question. Can he indicate one thing that his current leader did when he was Minister of Housing to help homelessness specifically?
L'honorable député en 40 secondes.
Very simple, Mr. Speaker. We kept the economic climate strong so that folks could build homes, so that folks could buy affordable homes in communities and in safe communities, something that we do not see today under this Liberal government.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague from Perth, Wellington. He mentioned that I had a chance to visit his constituency over the course of the summer for a couple of days, and it was a great honor to meet the folks in his community that are working hard to address homelessness and affordability. And of course, it is shocking to see the number of homeless encampments that exist, not just in big cities, but in smaller communities like the communities he represents. And I will say that it's not like they were surprised to see him. He's an active, engaged leader in his communities, and he's well known for that compassionate leadership. And so I thank him for it, and I thank him for for moving a motion to concur in this report, because of course it is in many ways the issue of the day. You know, the Auditor General tabled this report on November 5th, 2022. I've said before, and I'm sure it's the position of everybody in this chamber, that Canada cannot reach its full potential until everyone has a safe, warm bed to sleep in at night. No human can reach their full potential unless they have a safe, secure bed to sleep in at night. In a country as rich as Canada, this can't just be a dream, Mr. Speaker. It shouldn't be something we, work towards. We have to do better than that. It must be an achievable reality. And as honorable members of this House, we see the most vulnerable all the time. We see them as we walk up to the steps to this Parliament Hill. This is avoidable. Yesterday, in this place, we had a historic vote where this House unanimously declared that Canada is in a housing crisis that requires urgent action by the federal government to end homelessness. This is not hyperbole. It's a crisis. The unfortunate reality for too many Canadians is that the numbers prove it, that we are in a crisis. Since 2018, the number of homeless people in Canada has increased by 20%. The number of chronically homeless people has increased by 38% relative to 2018. And this is what the Auditor General examined in this report: chronic homelessness and the Liberal government's failure to do anything to change it. So chronic homelessness is long-term homelessness, meaning someone has been without a bed to sleep in for 180 days or more last year. And what did the Auditor General have to say about chronic homelessness and the Liberal government's effort to do anything about it? Well, from page 7 of the report, reported that Infrastructure Canada, ESDC, and the CMHC had no idea whether their efforts improved housing outcomes for people experiencing homelessness or chronic homelessness and for other vulnerable groups. They didn't know. From page 8, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, as the lead on the National Housing Strategy, which we all remember was announced with great fanfare in 2017, spent about $4.5 billion of a $9 billion commitment, but didn't know who was benefiting from its initiatives. And then the CMHC also took the position that it was not directly accountable for addressing chronic homelessness. In simple terms, Canada's Auditor General concluded that this Liberal government doesn't know if the programs that they announced billions of dollars of spending for aimed at reducing chronic homelessness made any difference at all. What's worse is the CMHC, Infrastructure Canada, and Employment Social Development Canada were all of the opinion that not one of them was actually in charge or the lead on the file? None of them. They all pointed at each other. Oh, it must be them, not us. Well, we can be clear, Mr. Speaker. We know who's in charge. It's the Prime Minister. And it's clear that this Prime Minister has failed Canadians when it comes to homelessness. Perhaps the most damning part of this report is that when the Liberal government was faced with the rise in homelessness as a result of their policies, they didn't even think they were in charge. It's a housing crisis. But it's more than that. It's a crisis in leadership. It's an absence of leadership. And again, from the Auditor General's report, Infrastructure Canada spent $1.36 billion on reducing homelessness as part of their Reaching Home program. And yet the audit found the department didn't know whether homelessness had actually increased or decreased during that time. $1.36 billion, and they had no idea if the numbers had gone up or down. Well, Canadians must know, but the Liberals and the gatekeepers don't seem to know. Homelessness is up under their watch, and we see it everywhere. The Homelessness Services Association of BC found that 4,821 people identified as homeless in the Vancouver area this year, compared to 3,634 in 2020. That's a 32% increase, Mr. Speaker. The highest spike between consecutive counts since reporting began in 2005. In 2023, the nationally coordinated point-in-time count in Nanaimo shows that the numbers of people experiencing homelessness has been steadily increasing since 2016. It's almost tripled since that time. According to the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia, the number of individuals experiencing chronic homelessness in the Halifax Regional Municipality jumped from 119 in August 2019 to 879 in August of 2024. Mr. Speaker, that is an increase of a whopping 639%. In Toronto, in the GTA, as of May 5th, there were 256 encampments on City of Toronto property. The latest Parks, Forestry, and Recreation numbers from March 15, 2024 show that there were a total of 202 encampments recorded at 72 separate locations across the city. In 2023, there were 82 encampments at 24 sites. And it's not just the big cities. In Northern Ontario, according to the report card on homelessness for 2023, there were 237 people experiencing homelessness in Greater Sudbury, a jump of 164 people since 2022. According to that same report card, the number of encampments in Greater Sudbury has jumped from 25 at the end of 2022 to 113 at the end of 2023. There are approximately 359 people on the by names list of individuals at risk or experiencing homelessness in the city of Timmins. And in Kelowna, there have been a record number of deaths among Kelowna's homeless in 2022. Between 2015 and 2020, the annual average deaths among homeless people was 143 a year. In comparison, the annual average from 21 to 22 was 305 in Kelowna. Speaker, these are damning statistics, but the reality of the people behind them is far more painful. They're not just numbers. They're human beings. They're human beings that our system has completely and abjectly failed. When I was mayor of Huntsville, there was a housing crisis brewing already. We had done all kinds of things in the municipality, but in Parry Sound, Muskoka, oftentimes homelessness is a hidden homelessness. People are couch surfing, that kind of thing. Or oftentimes we find people sleeping in vans and things like that. Now, I'll give the example of Lions Lookout. It's a beautiful spot in Huntsville where occasionally you'd see a van parked up there overnight. Somebody was staying there. Well, today, this happens with a lot more frequency, all the time, in fact. Not just one van, but multiple vans. And rental rates in Huntsville, Bracebridge, Gravenhurst, Parry Sound have been under 1% for almost a decade. The government talks about affordable housing and homelessness, but after 9 years, the situation is worse, demonstrably worse. More than 235,000 people are estimated to be homeless in Canada. In core housing need, now we're talking about people who are actually homeless. And those who are not visibly homeless could be between 450,000 and 900,000 people. Speaker, all of this exists within the context of their national housing strategy, an $80 billion plan that was supposed to be life-changing, transformational, the Prime Minister said. $80 billion, Speaker. And we have seen the transformation. We have seen the lives change, and it is quite clearly not for the better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Thank you. Merci, Mr. Chair. As a former mayor, the honorable member, has a unique perspective, and there have been two things that have traditionally contributed to homelessness. One is mental health issues, and provinces across the country, including my home province of British Columbia, did nobody a service years ago when they shut down institutions that would look after the homeless. They put them on the street, promising that there would be the kind of services they need, but they didn't materialize. So that still exists. But the other piece is really the hard, cruel fact that the free enterprise system is leaving people behind. People are using homes as investments, buying them up to, just basically make money off of them. Rents are going up. These are all things that provinces and cities should manage, and I'm wondering what role provinces and cities should be taking.
L'honorable député de Paris Centre, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've said many times in this House that one of the biggest impediments to getting homes built is, in fact, cities and provinces and a federal government that tax the life out of homes building. 33% of the cost of every new home built in this country is government. Nobody makes more money on housing than government. So the NDP and the Liberal and all their lefty friends can continue to demonize private sector investment in housing, but we need $3 trillion of investment in housing in this country, and governments are going to make a fortune off of it if we don't reduce the cost and get them out of the way. That's the real problem. We need to get governments out of the way, reduce the cost, and get this country building again.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Courtenay, Alberni.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what it's like in Parksville, British Columbia. We had a Conservative mayor. He accelerated development permits. We built more development in Parksville than any time in history, probably more than any other community on Vancouver Island. Rents didn't come down. They actually went up. What you need, Mr. Speaker, what we need and what Canadians need is affordable non-market housing to go hand in hand with the private sector. That isn't happening with Conservative mayors, Mr. Speaker. They're not addressing the root problem. Like I said earlier, that same mayor fought BC Housing, who wanted to build a shelter in that community to make sure that people that were living on the street had the basic needs, Mr. Speaker. And they actually went to court and stopped it. It's one of the only communities with over 10,000 people in this country that has no shelter. That same Conservative mayor's running for the nomination for the Conservative Party. So we know exactly what we're going to get, Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives lead at the local government level, provincial level, or the federal level. Maybe my colleague can explain why Conservative mayors are blocking shelters, why they're not building non-market housing.
L'honorable député de Paris Centre, Muskoka.
Well, I can confirm for my honorable colleague that, when I was in municipal council and before I was the mayor of Huntsville, I co-chaired the development of a women's shelter. I helped get a men's shelter built. I did all kinds of work on affordable housing, and I didn't block housing. In fact, I was a mayor and a chair of the planning committee that made things happen. We approved developments, and I stood up to the NIMBYs. Everywhere we had to, I stood up to the NIMBYs, make sure we could get things built in our community. And that's what we need across this country. And he can talk about Conservatives, not caring about people, but we're the only party that actually has a plan to deliver real results. It's not a lot of talk, it's not a lot of photo ops, and billions of dollars that produce no results. Conservatives want to deliver real results for Canadians, and we're not interested in just talking points.
On a le temps pour une courte question, l'honorable.
A quick question.
Golf Island en 30 secondes.
Merci, Monsieur President. And to my dear colleague from Mississauga, Paris-Sun, I know that as a mayor, you suffered tremendous, the honorable member, through you, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member suffered significant impacts in that community from climate events. And I wonder if you can give us a glimmer of hope that there will be a Conservative plan for what we do about the threat of climate crisis.
L'honorable député en 30 secondes.
Well, you've heard our leader talk about, the conservative plan to hold local gatekeepers to account. And part of what he talks about is making sure that any transit infrastructure investments that are made by a federal government led by this party will in fact be held until there are results on the ground and we actually rezone properly and increase the densities around transit. This is good for the budget. This is good for the climate. This is good for the planet. It's good for the communities. These are the kinds of things that are practical realities that will help reduce climate change and get homes built.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I thought I'd take this opportunity to highlight maybe a few points that are absolutely relevant in terms of the type of debate that we're having here today and why it is we're actually having the debate on the issue that the Conservatives has actually selected. First and foremost, the issue of homelessness is an issue in which the government of the day has been seized with for a good period of time now, Mr. Speaker. And as strong as the will from whether it's the Prime Minister or Cabinet or my colleagues as a whole collective to push this file forward, one of the things that we need to recognize is that the federal government cannot do it alone, Mr. Speaker. It requires a high sense of cooperation from a wide spectrum of stakeholders. This is not a new issue to us. But apparently it is a relatively new issue to the Conservative Party of Canada. The question I had asked the member from Perth Wellington, with all sincerity, was to demonstrate why it is that they have chosen to raise this issue today, given that they have not demonstrated any interest in the subject matter itself. So I had asked the member to give one example that the leader of the Conservative Party did when he was Minister of Housing. So when we talk about the housing issues, Canadians and individuals following this debate, whether it's today, yesterday, or whenever it might be, or even going into the next election, when the Conservatives talk about housing, Canadians need to know the single greatest individual that was an absolute total disaster on the housing file is today's leader of the Conservative Party. I posed the question to the member from Perth Wellington, who no doubt would have done his homework in presenting the motion that he presented today. Give me one example that the leader of the Conservative Party did when he was the Minister of Housing to deal with the issue of homelessness. And what does he say? Well, taxes were low. That was the response when he was the Minister of Housing responsible for the development of any form of national housing, including dealing with the issue of homelessness. Well, he could have given another example because, in fairness, he actually built 6 houses when he was the Minister of Housing, Mr. Speaker. I know it's not an impressive number. Maybe it might have been some leftover from a previous minister. I don't know for sure. But what I do know is on the issue of housing and the homelessness, the leader of the Conservative Party was found wanting. And that's to put it nicely in parliamentary language, Mr. Speaker. So today, the member from Perth Wellington has been instructed from the leader's office that we have to continue the filibuster, and you have been the one that's chosen to bring forward this report where there was a 20-page response from the minister dealing with the report, Mr. Speaker, that provides all sorts of details. But the Conservative Party, in their hunger for power, in their thirst to do nothing but focus on trying to gain power and ignoring the needs of Canadians, have decided once again to use this particular issue now in order to justify filibustering to prevent legislation from passing in the House of Commons. We're back. This is the first week back. We just had summer. We all met with constituents. What do our constituents want? They want members of parliament to be working together in order to receive good, tangible results for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They know it's a minority government, but there's an expectation that the official opposition will at least have some interest in taking actions that would also support Canadians. On Monday, we talked about the Citizenship Act. There are people in Canada that should be Canadian citizens, non-controversial legislation. At least that's what we thought. Until the Conservatives started the debate on it. They made it clear they're not going to support it, and then they bring in concurrence motion in order to prevent that debate from taking place, Mr. Speaker. What happens on a following day, on Tuesday? Again, the Conservative Party brings forward motions to prevent debate, just like they did yesterday. You know, yesterday, this is a bill, this is really good. You know, the Conservative Party supports Bill C-66. That's a military court reform in essence. For women that are harassed and raped within the military, as opposed to going through a military court, they would go through a civilian court. That's the essence of it. Everyone in this House supports it. All of us do. But the Conservatives brought in yet another motion of concurrence. And that one, by the way, is dealing with housing and homeless, I believe, where we actually had that debate, where we'll see a lot of repetition today. But that's the concurrence report that they brought forward there, even on legislation that every member of the House of Commons supports. In fact, late yesterday, when we were able to get onto the legislation, the Minister of Public Safety of our military, D&D, was here, present, listening to the debates, and at the conclusion, asked if there would be unanimous consent at least to let the legislation go to committee. But no, the Conservatives said no to that. That's what today's debate is about.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will be interrupted because there is a point of order.
Here, I would just ask perhaps if the member could bring the debate back to what we're discussing of chronic homelessness, which is a serious issue. I wasn't aware that we were back to debating the military justice.
The Honourable Member knows that there is a certain leeway for elected officials who rise to speak in this place. That said, I will remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the subject at hand.
Mr. Speaker, and that's the reason why when I started my discussions, and I know the truth hurts, what I'm saying is actually no doubt upsetting a lot of Conservatives, not only inside the chamber, especially progressive Conservatives. I can appreciate that because they have to follow the direction that's coming from their leader. The MAGA right has more control over the Conservative Party today than progressives, by far. And that's why you often hear the conservative right, the conservative reformers. Mr. Speaker, I started off by talking about the issue of homelessness and why it is that the Conservative Party, in particular the leader, does not necessarily believe in the issue because he's using it as a mechanism to be able to filibuster government legislation. And now I'm expanding on what I mean by making that statement, which is totally relevant as to why it is we're actually debating what we're debating today. That's why we have this concurrence report, not because the Conservative Party is really interested in the issue. If they were really interested in the issue, let me give them a little bit of saving grace. Let's say they were interested in debating this issue. People that are following the debate would know or have a sense that every session the Conservative Party, as the official opposition, gets a number of opposition days. In fact, next week is an opposition day for them, Mr. Speaker. They can take the entire day as opposed to 3 hours, because this debate will ultimately be adjourned. They can take the entire debate, that entire day. They can have a motion to deal with the issue and then get, I believe, a lot stronger, a more focused debate on the issue. They have had dozens of opposition days since the last number of years. Do you think that they raised this issue once? I've been here for every opposition day motion, from what I can recall anyway. And I can't ever remember the Conservatives bringing up the issue of homelessness, Mr. Speaker. I can remember them talking about, the price on pollution. I know that they do not support the rebate, the carbon rebate, Mr. Speaker. I know that, because that's the thing that they amplify every time when they get an opposition day motion. And in fact, what are they talking about next week? Not on homelessness. Yet they believe that they can come in here and they can bring in a motion using a concurrence report to talk about an issue that they like to tell Canadians that they genuinely believe in. Maybe some of the more progressive natures of members of Parliament on that side might generally believe in it, and I suspect that there are members that honestly want to improve the conditions of people that are homelessness. But that's not what's driving the Conservative Party today inside the House of Commons. And I believe that I can clearly demonstrate that, Mr. Speaker, to be factual and true. All one needs to do is look at some of the things that I have clearly said that shows that the Conservative Party of today is more interested in bumper stickers and slogans and trying to deceive Canadians through social media and beyond. And that includes the issue of homelessness. As they try to say, yes, homelessness is up, and that's sad to see. And governments of all levels are working together in order to be able to deal with it in a tangible way. If you want to get a good sense of what it is that the government's been up to on the file, the report that was tabled, there was a response to that report. Every member has access to that response, Mr. Speaker. Did any of the two previous speakers make reference to the 20-page response where there would have been great details? And I'll go into some of those details if time permits, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you, I can't recall any of the comments that came from members opposite that responded to what it was that the minister's response was to the actual report that we're talking about today, Mr. Speaker. You want to talk about housing? No government in the last 50, 60, 70 years has invested more on the issue of housing than this Prime Minister and this government, Mr. Speaker. And whether the Conservatives like it or not, that is the facts. We continue to work with provinces, territories, Indigenous people, and other stakeholders to improve the housing conditions in every region of this country, Mr. Speaker. Because we understand the importance of housing. It's one of the reasons why we doubled our efforts in terms of finances and resources to support looking at initiatives and enacting initiatives that will make a difference on the issue specific of housing homelessness, especially where it's in a chronic situation. As a parliamentarian for over 30 years, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you I have witnessed it in every year of me being a parliamentarian. I understand the role that a province plays a municipality plays, the federal government plays, the many different stakeholders. And for those that are following the debate, when we talked about other stakeholders, there are some super fantastic organizations that are out there. I've talked in the past about Habitat. I can easily talk about the many different housing co-op organizations that are out there. Many different faith groups that are out there that have been a driving force in building low-income, nonprofit type of housing. But let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker, it is the responsibility of all of the stakeholders to come together and work on dealing with these issues that Canadians are having to face today. And that includes Ottawa. And we have been at the table. We have demonstrated leadership, Mr. Speaker. And that's just not empty words. There is no one inside this Parliament, inside the House of Commons, that can indicate a government that has spent more money on housing than this government has over the last 9 years, 9 years, Mr. Speaker. Because as a government, we are committed to housing Canadians. You know, interesting enough, we periodically hear members talk about housing co-ops. And I said the other day, because we had a concurrence report dealing with housing and homeless just earlier this week. And I indicated that I'm a very strong fan, a big fan of housing co-ops, because I understand the benefits of housing co-ops. It was Pierre Elliott Trudeau and the government at that time that initiated the first time where a federal government got investments into housing co-ops. The Willow Park Co-op happens to be in Winnipeg North. I believe it's the oldest housing co-op in Canada, possibly even North America. Don't know about that, Mr. Speaker, but I do believe in Canada. In the late 60s is when it came into being, Mr. Speaker. This government has also moved and advanced and promoted the issue of housing co-ops, because it is a wonderful alternative that needs to be invested in, because all one needs to do is take a look at the demographics, look at the benefits. In a housing co-op, I always say you are a resident, not a tenant, but a resident. And there's a big difference between the two of them, Mr. Speaker. Someone said to me once, well, what do you mean, resident tenant? Easiest way to explain it, you're a part owner. If you're inside a co-op, you want to paint a wall blue, you can do that, Mr. Speaker. The unit in which you're in type of thing. Can't necessarily do that as a tenant. There is no profit being driven through the co-op to the degree in which we see in the private sector, Mr. Speaker. So you'll find that the rents and the cost of rents are substantially less, especially if someone's been in a co-op for an extended period of time. Many of the co-op units are actually subsidized through government, which leads me to nonprofit housing units. Traditional nonprofit housing units, you'll see a federal government and all federal governments, even Stephen Harper. There was financial assistance going directly from from Ottawa to provinces to ensure that we were able to maintain and support people in nonprofit housing units so that a certain percentage of their income would actually go towards the rent payments based on income. If you take a look at today and you want to resolve the issue of homelessness and the issue of housing today, what you need is a strong national government that recognizes its important role, and that we have, Mr. Speaker. And you need to recognize that it takes more than just the national government. And that's why the Prime Minister was in Winnipeg, and we had the Mayor of Winnipeg, and we had the Premier and some other politicians talking about the Accelerator Fund. because it was a fund that was making a difference. With the Liberal agenda, with the cooperation and assistance of provinces, territories, Indigenous people, different communities, the many nonprofits that are out there, we have an ambitious plan to see literally several million homes built over the coming years, Mr. Speaker. We have a tangible plan that includes working with different levels of government, that's going to make a difference and deliver for Canadians, while the Conservative Party of Canada, the far-right reformers, the mega conservatives, they don't have any plan. All they talk about is slogans and bumper stickers. And wherever they can, character assassination, Mr. Speaker. They bring out the negative side of politics. And I can tell you that from my perspective, and I believe from a vast majority of perspectives, unlike what the Conservative leader tells Canadians, Canada is not broken. Canada is the best place in the world to live and call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I'm facing a chronic homelessness situation in my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound. I had the privilege of sitting on the Yuma Committee when we were debating the introduction of the Housing Accelerator Fund. And all my questions then to the minister, to those testifying, was how much of this money is going to rural Canada and smaller communities? And I was reassured this money is going to be dealt with or spread equally across our great nation. As the member said during his speech, it's important that this is an equitable funds and programs that are going to all regions. I'd like the member just to answer a simple question. How many projects in conservative held ridings in rural Ontario delivered a single penny from the Housing Accelerator Fund? And if you can't answer that question, just name one single conservative rural riding in the whole country that received a single penny from the Housing Accelerator Fund.
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, it's very important that we work with all levels of government. And let me give a specific example that's relative to the question that's being posed. And I'm going to quote, remember, this whole report, there was a written response through the minister's office, and that's like 20 pages. Here's one quote from it. Due to the Nature and Action Research, preliminary findings will be shared broadly to support ongoing efforts in communities and governments. Now I'm going to go down a little bit. It highlights Brandon, Manitoba, exploring service navigation and connection hubs in rural areas and investigating the root causes of rural to urban migration in order to better support surrounding communities. There's a series of discussions that are taking place, both urban, high density to rural, low density. And there are many people that live in rural Manitoba that want to retire in Manitoba. And we are working with the different governments, different levels to make housing possible for all.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments on member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his speech. I'd like to go back to the report that we're studying because we're kind of heading out in every direction. But one of the main recommendations that we find in the report that comes from the Auditor General, rather an observation, is that the CMHC didn't really know who would benefit from these initiatives. I'm not sure who they would serve. And there was no federal accountability with respect to the national strategy on housing. So I'd like to ask a question. When the federal government constantly keeps money aside that could be useful for Quebec for building construction, telling us what we're going to do, we're better than you, isn't it somewhat awkward when the Auditor General has said that we're adequately able to do our work? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess from my perspective, I look at housing as an issue that goes in virtually every region of the country. I shouldn't even say virtually. Every region of the country has housing-related issues. And as such, I believe that the federal government does have a very important role to play on the housing file. And it has to be consistent as much as possible in regards to how those funds are in fact fact being circulated and administered. Yes, there is some requirements, but I don't think that that should be a reason for any province or any municipality or community-based group to reject federal funding and criterias that might be put into place. We should all be striving to try to deliver the optimum results, and the best way to do that is to see different levels of governments working together, recognizing that we all have a responsibility to the people in which we represent.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtney Alberti.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague talked about the accelerator fund, and we heard also from my colleagues on the other side about communities not getting access to that money. They rolled out $4 billion and it was oversubscribed. Communities like Courtney, Cumberland that applied, they got denied. Communities like Port Alberni and Parksville and Qualicum, they didn't even have a chance to get their applications in on time because they were hoping it was going to be extended. What did they do when they get oversubscribed? They put $400 million into the pot, 10% more. This is a housing emergency. Communities are lining up for this funding where they can actually use that funding to accelerate building housing to help people have a safe place to live. But also one thing, Mr. Speaker, they're failing so bad in building Indigenous housing on reserve. British Columbia is the only province in this country to actually put $1 billion building housing on reserve because of this government's failure to ensure that Indigenous people have a safe place to live in this country, Mr. Speaker. Why doesn't my colleague address those important concerns from the people of my riding?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, it was interesting when the federal government came out with a program to try to increase the number of purpose-built rentals through the GST by forgiving on the new construction. What we saw was some provinces actually take up the same initiative. And I say that because at times during, economics situations, no doubt some governments are in a better position to be able to take actions. The Accelerator Fund was a huge success. We see that. We see it being drawn upon. I've seen some of the tangible results of that. I participated with Mayor Scott Gillingham and the Premier of Manitoba and the Prime Minister, where we had a press conference talking about the Accelerator. It's a huge, wonderful program. And the take-up was great on it. We'll have to wait and see in terms of what takes place in the coming federal budget.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Je vais demander évidemment aux collègues qui n'ont pas la parole de ne pas parler, surtout quand la présidence est en train de parler. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I was looking forward to debating Bill C-33, which partly amends the Railway Safety Act, where I wanted to bring forth the tragic accident that happened in my riding of Nepean few years back, where 6 people were killed when the city transport bus collided with Via Rail. And that was the kind of things I wanted to discuss. However, now we are discussing this. Federal government, we have a program Reaching Home, the Canada's Homeless Strategy, where we are committed $4 billion with the aggressive target of reducing homelessness by 50% by 27-28. I would like to ask my honorable friend to emphasize the importance of the other levels of the government, the provinces, the municipalities, who can work together with the federal government to reduce this huge problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable secrétaire.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I appreciate the question, and it is unfortunate that the member did not be able to speak on what he actually came in to speak about earlier this morning. I know that he was very much following the debate and looking forward to being able to contribute to it, and it's because ultimately the Conservatives want to continue to filibuster legislation, which is somewhat sad to see. When I think of the sense of cooperation in dealing with the issue of homelessness, remember there's a lot of factors that is out there that is impacting the issue of homelessness. And a good example of that, Mr. Speaker, would be issues surrounding addictions, surrounding the issue of mental illness. And that's why you, in good part, need to have a more holistic approach in dealing with the issue of homelessness, and that means working with other jurisdictions.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Maple Ridge.
Homelessness is up markedly under the Liberal NDP coalition, et j'ajouterais aussi le Bloc, but it's only the tip of the iceberg I was talking to a realtor friend who's been in the business for many years, and he says he's never seen it. The number of people, whether they are new immigrants, temporary foreign workers, students, young people, that are being crammed into 1 and 2 bedroom homes in order to try to cover their costs. And they're finding it very challenging. Will the Liberal member not recognize that the Liberals have absolutely failed on the housing file and that his tired and incompetent government should call an election right away?
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary. 50 seconds.
That's the point. You see, he says, call the election. This is what we're talking about when we talk about slogans and bumper stickers. Their interest is not about the homelessness. All they want is that thirst for power to be answered, and they will do whatever it takes, Mr. Speaker. And I can say to the member opposite and the Conservative Right Reform Party opposite, at the end of the day, they can be focused on that. We are going to continue to focus our attention on delivering for Canadians, understanding the issues that Canadians are facing day in and day out, and that's where our focus is going to be, Mr. Speaker. And when the election happens, it happens. At the end of the day, let's remain focused on real people.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since I wasn't able to do so earlier during question period, I would like to comment on the speech from the member for Winnipeg North. I was very surprised when we talk about the homelessness crisis that is closely related to the housing crisis. When you hear the member for Winnipeg North, as if he had nothing to criticize or find lacking in himself. He seems very angry. How can he be so angry? He should be angry at himself. No, he was angry about the questions that were asked to him. It's somewhat disappointing, and I'd like to start by saying that because it's as if he wasn't able to put his nose into his own BS. When you go through a crisis, the solutions weren't brought forward to these problems. It's also part of their responsibility. It's not just the opposition. Obviously, our only responsibility is to propose solutions, and we do that. We do it constantly. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the government is not listening to us. I'd like to share an anecdote. This week, there was a by-election in Saint-Lémar-Verdun. The Bloc did win it. Louis-Philippe Sauvé, since he hasn't been sworn in yet, I can say his name. He was elected in the riding. It's a historical event for us to have won a seat in a West Island riding that is usually Anglophone riding, but this time we won. So I'd like to say a bit why. How come I get the impression that we won? Why we won? I gave a hand to my friend, and when we knocked on doors, we talked to all types of people. And there was one topic that came up, obviously the most. It was the housing crisis, and also, in addition to the housing crisis, the whole idea of homelessness. And generally, when we talk about immigration, automatically, particularly for the Liberals, it seems suspicious. We're not allowed to talk about immigration. It seems to be a taboo topic. But it means that when I knocked on doors, an immigrant answered the door. He may not be too leery about talking about immigration. And when he spoke to me, he said, it doesn't make sense. In my opinion, there may be in his opinion, he thought there were too many immigrants. So immigrants saying there's too many immigrants. Well, he also told me, I no longer feel safe because there's so many homeless people. There's so many people around, and I feel uneasy. And I left my country of origin because I didn't feel safe there. And now I come here and I'm facing the same thing in a country, same thing as I felt before. So I find this quite interesting. He even thought about moving and leaving this area. And La Salle-et-Mort-Verdun is a riding in the West Island of Montreal. It's not in downtown. And this person I spoke to lived in LaSalle. So it's the most western part of the riding. It's several kilometers, roughly 15 kilometers from downtown Montreal. He's 2.5 hours away from downtown Montreal. And there was a homeless problem. So this is quite incredible. And the government says they have nothing to reproach themselves for. We should have to ask some questions about that. We have to ask questions in particular because we know this, and that CMHC has said it. Even economists are saying it, and the National Bank has said it. Canada has fallen into a demographic trap. How come I'm talking about such a trap? Because no, it's not the fault of immigrants. It's the fault of the government who is not properly managing the arrival of these immigrants and the public services associated with it. But the thing is, obviously, this government is responsible for the borders and also authorizing people to come into our country who are not funding housing enough. That's another issue. And this government is stepping on jurisdictions to avoid the Quebec government and the municipalities to be able to manage their issues on their own. They set up a whole bunch of conditions, add streams, and they keep on wanting to control more and more what's happening. And then they also think they can set up solutions in areas that are not their jurisdiction. So the federal government steps in and tells people how the municipalities should be working, they may say to mayors. That's what the Conservatives and the Liberals are proposing. I'm not sure what the NDP is proposing, but so I'd start to wonder, this whole mess you've made, do you want to maybe start solving these issues that you're causing with the tools you have in your toolbox? So before you tell others what to do, you should be exemplary. You should be doing your work well so people can take inspiration from you. They should be saying the federal government who's doing its own work properly. But when a federal government is chaotic, it doesn't seem very trustworthy for them to tell the mayors and the municipalities how to manage their affairs. If they can't do their own properly, then they shouldn't be telling others what to do. And when you talk about homelessness, obviously, and I'm making a link with immigration and the housing crisis and the lack of building and funding for social housing. Why? The reason why I make all of these links is because in general, when there is a housing crisis, the first people who are affected by this, the first who are the victims of it, are those who don't have housing. And what happens when you don't have a house in general, and you leave a country and you come here and you don't have a house, when you have a young family, you want to get on your feet and you don't want to live in your parents. Well, you have a house, but you don't have the one that you'd want. Before you have kids, you start to wonder if you want to have a kid, you need to leave your parents' house. So these are people who are often really hit hard by the housing crisis. And how does this lead to homelessness? Because often people who are affected the most when there's a housing crisis it's young people who have little financial means. They are in lower income brackets. They don't have the financial means to buy a house, particularly when the price of houses and the cost of rents are skyrocketing. So what happens? These people are the first people who are no longer to pay the price, and they find themselves in the street, Madam Speaker. And to give you a few examples that we've seen recently, every day I leave from Quebec City. I'd like to support the Quebec City, and when I go to the Canadian Parliament, I take the highway, I go through different roads, and I also go over bridges. And we see things that I've never seen before. I have the opportunity to be a member here for roughly 9 years and to represent my riding. And before, Madam Speaker, we never saw tents by the side of the road. 9 years ago, we never saw homeless people everywhere, a few meters even from the Parliament. There's a real scourge that has arisen. And this is a symptom, a very serious symptom of the lack of housing and a lack of affordability. And it creates issues that will be lasting, because once you're in the street, it's hard to get off it. And once you're in the street and you don't have a house and you don't wash yourself as much as you'd like, you don't eat well, and you're not dressed properly, it's hard to find a job. Who's going to hire you if you don't have a roof over your head? You become mentally and physically disorganized, your health is affected. So it is an issue that will persist into the future, even if you do solve the housing crisis, even if there's all sorts of houses that pop up for these homeless people. Unfortunately, it's really hard to get off the streets because there are consequences that are lasting in the lives of these individuals, and it obviously creates an economic and social backdrop for all those people who want to buy a home or go for a walk. It's tough. And it has a negative impact on the social clients. It's bad on all levels. And that's why it's urgent to take action.
And if, as though by magic, we suddenly had this housing, let me give you some numbers. According to a CMHC report from a year ago, things may have changed since then, but last year, the report said we need 1.2 million more housing units, and that's just in Quebec. 1.2 million. And if we look at these 2023 figures once again, they also say that in Quebec, nearly 40,000 housing units were built. So on the one hand, we're missing 1.2 million housing units, and then we only built 40,000. 1.2 million divided by 40,000. Well, that means it would take 30 years to build all the housing that we'd need just to put an end to the current housing crisis. And that's without considering that more people would arrive over those 30 years who will also need housing. So where we're at now, the situation is almost desperate. We can't really imagine that it's plausible that the federal government will step into the city, start interfering, and suddenly there will be 1.2 million more houses. After all, it takes people who are trained, it takes equipment, it takes businesses, it takes funding for all that. It takes capital. You can't just wander out of your front door and just build a house just like that. It takes skills, it takes training and funding. So all this will take time. It's all going to take a lot of effort, and you can't fix the situation by just wandering in and deciding to build the houses. No, you need to cooperate with the government of Quebec. We need all levels of government to do something. We need more than just the federal government. But of course, we know that the federal government is causing the problem in large part because there are nearly 1 million new people entering Canada every year. That's a lot of people. That's 2 Quebec cities. It's a really large number, and they all need housing. This puts a lot of pressure on the system. These people want housing. Of course, they should have housing. When we look at the amount of temporary foreign workers that are arriving and asylum seekers, and when we look at the amount of foreign students who are arriving, it all ends up causing problems in the end. We should listen to what people on the ground are saying and what the government of Quebec is saying. We are at the very max of our capacity to offer services. We can't offer more services. And then whenever we say that, the federal government says we're racist and that we're not welcoming. But no, we want to welcome people. But in order to do that, you have to be able to put a roof over their heads. Are they really telling us to welcome people by sending them into the street? That makes no sense. When we welcome new people, we need to offer them good opportunities. We need to offer them an appropriate environment to live in. It's not a good image for Canada on the global scene. And this bad Canadian management is also affecting the image of Quebec because we're stuck in this country. Madam Speaker, I find it discouraging that after all this, the government is still blaming others and pointing fingers, the opposition, for example. Although it has a point, because we know that 50% of asylum seekers are arriving in Quebec, even though there's only 20% of the population. And people say that Quebec isn't welcoming. But it would be nice if other provinces would take their fair share. And so this so-called unwelcoming Quebec, which is taking 50% of Canadian asylum seekers, well, then after a while, the federal government finally said it would speak with the other provinces after months of pressure, and yet 4 provinces completely refused to help. This is the so-called Canadian Federation. Everyone is supposed to get along and cooperate. Everyone is supposed to work together. Well, the federal government isn't doing that. And recently we've seen even less cooperation from the other provinces. They are saying, no, it's not our problem. Let them deal with it themselves. So what is the federal government going to do? Is it going to force these provinces to take in those people? Or maybe they're going to reduce the number of people coming. Maybe they're going to decrease the rate. Maybe that would be a smarter solution, Madam Speaker. And that's my overall point. The government needs to hear reason on this. There is such a thing as too much. We need to recognize that. Once we've reduced the number of arrivals, then we need to consider people who are already living in the street. We need record levels of investment. The longer people spend in the street, the longer it is for them to leave the streets, and the higher the cost will be for society. We need to quickly step in and help people who are in the street and help them. Madam Speaker, I don't know how much time is left. 4 minutes. Well, Madam Speaker, I'll touch on another aspect. Earlier, I discussed the fact that the federal government comes tromping in and interfering with municipalities. I'll give an example of how that happens. In infrastructure, there are agreements to fund municipal infrastructure. There's the gas tax. There are bilateral agreements between Quebec and Canada. And that allows some money being sent to Quebec to be sent to municipalities. In the 2014-2018 Canada-Quebec agreement, I can't recall the exact number, but there was a large sum. And one of the parts of the agreement really bothered the federal government because Quebec had a slightly different clause than the other provinces. The federal government hates that. The Quebec clause said that the 2014-2018 unspent sums could be pushed down to the next agreement and used later. And so, for example, the next agreement that's going on until today. So $350 million was supposed to be spent on municipal infrastructure, and it hadn't yet been spent at the end of 2018. So when at committee, I asked the minister, I can't remember the name of his riding, but from the Atlantic provinces, and the minister said, we will not be respecting our agreement. We will not keep our word. We're going to consult. I'm washing my hands of it. But the amounts in that agreement are amounts that are supposed to be spread out in a fair manner on a per capita basis. And the minister basically just said, oh, we don't feel like giving them the money. Why should Quebec have a different agreement than the other provinces? I signed this agreement, but I'm not going to respect it. It's very upsetting because the federal government just doesn't keep its word, and these $350 million are not being spent in Quebec towns, even though they have a right to it, because just like other Canadian taxpayers, they pay taxes to Ottawa. This is money that has been stolen from them. And then earlier, I was mentioning the infamous gas tax, which has been partly used for what's being called the community fund. And if you look at the former agreement compared to the new one, so if I'm not mistaken, if we look at the 2018-2024 agreement compared to the succeeding one, the 2024-2028 agreement, well, in the new agreement, if we compare the total amount for towns and we look at just the federal contribution, then we see that the federal government has reduced its contribution by 30%. Municipalities will get 30% less in the new version than in the old version. Mayors are complaining. They're saying, look, what's happening? They have housing crises. They have climate conditions that are causing a lot of problems. Heavy rains, for example. And at that very moment, with all these problems, including homelessness, of course, the federal government is cutting the amount of money to these programs. During the pandemic, it recognized that there was a deficit and they gave more money. In fact, even earlier, they knew that there was a municipal infrastructure deficit and they gave a little more money, but those funds were not renewed, and now towns are being left with a gap. And then in the budget, the latest budget, they invented a so-called housing infrastructure program with $6 billion, but that $6 billion was going to be conditional because Ottawa wants to be able to decide on town planning rules. Instead of giving money to existing programs to ensure that programs that are already working to build infrastructure in towns can have more money, Ottawa's instead inventing new programs so that it can interfere more. That's how things are done in Ottawa. That's why we don't want things to be done like this.
Proceedings on the motion at this time. Par conséquent, le débat sur la motion est...
Accordingly, debate on the motion is postponed to a later session. The honorable member will have 10 minutes next time this matter comes before the House.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat sur la motion 110, stratégie.
Resuming debate on motion 110. Standing in the name of Mr. Asasi. National strategy to reduce food waste and combat food insecurity. Debate. The honorable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, today is September 20th, and it's a special day for me because on September 20th, 2021, the voters in Laurentides-Labelle elected me for the second time. So I would like to thank them very warmly today. And I will say to them that I will always work hard to respect and honor the trust they placed in me. This is also the 11th time that I'm at the beginning of a new parliamentary session. And so since this is my first time rising in this House during the session, I would like to say once again that I'm very proud to represent the people of Laurentides-Labelle. I would like to take on this exceptional role with humility and respect. Of course, we're all a little rusty right now. It's only been 5 days, but this summer I visited all sorts of parts of my riding. I went to Mont-Laurier, Saint-Adèle, La Minerve, Nomineng, Rivière-Rouge, Montcalm. I can't talk about all the municipalities. There's 43. But I met with people throughout the riding who told me how much hope they have on the one hand, and also what a dynamic part of the country this is. There are so many solutions and initiatives on the ground. There's no lack of proactivity. People are hard workers. You just have to go listen to them, which I did all summer. It's no point getting bogged down in assumptions and dogma. That's how I think about it, because of course working as an MP here doesn't come with an instruction leaflet. Let me give you an example. The Maison de l'Entrepreneur, an organization which gives SMEs solutions, or La Merveille, which has existed for a long time with services to mothers and children. organizations like Bouffe Dépannage or L'Ombrelle, which help seniors. These are many examples. These are as many examples of the courage and goodwill and ingenious solutions we have in Laurentides de la Belle. There's so much talent. We need to recognize and appreciate it. We know that there's much still to do, but unfortunately, the federal government is always coming and interfering in areas that are not its business. It just likes to stir up the pot in areas that it should keep its nose out of. And we see that again with this motion M110. I'm not surprised that it is an Ontario Liberal member who tabled this motion, because it's just in their DNA to ask the federal government to rush to help their province. But our political culture in Quebec is so, so different. We don't rush to Ottawa's side when we want to complain. We don't rush to ask Ottawa for help when we're unhappy with what the National Assembly did. And we don't ask Ottawa to impose national, unilateral, and abstract standards which don't make sense in the Quebec reality. In Quebec, we roll up our sleeves and we move forward, to paraphrase Jacques Parizeau. In Quebec, we work hard just like our ancestors did, despite the fact that they had almost nothing. We till the soil, feed their children, and build a modern, open, welcoming, dynamic, social, secular, and distinct society. In Quebec, we do not want to be told by a foreign government what we should do and think. We do not want to have standards imposed on us, especially not when Quebec is already doing better than the federal government. There are so many examples, Madam Speaker. Early child care, Medicare. There was even dental care, or the pension plan, which was part of the legacy of the Quiet Revolution. It's part of who we are. It's part of our intrinsic identity. The current government bases its policies on policies that were inherited from the Quiet Revolution. The concept here is the concept that Quebecers have about their society and the role of their government. And that's what we see again with this food waste issue. Again, it's a noble cause, but the government of Quebec already has initiatives on this. Now, when it comes to food waste, waste matter management and projects that have to do with food sharing and food donations have to do with municipal regulation. So again, that's up to Quebec and the provinces. Similarly, Quebec is responsible for environmental and food safety legislation. Now, the federal government does have a role to play when it comes to general packaging and labeling rules and import-export food safety. But in the area of food waste, it does not have a concrete role to play. In Quebec, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Agri-Food, called MAPAC, along with the Municipal Affairs and Housing Ministry, that take care of food waste initiatives. There are also other agencies that are involved in trying to reduce the problem. For example, the Quebec Public Health Agency, Recyc Québec, and community and municipal groups. And Quebec also has a 2018-2025 biofoods policy with 2 programs aiming respectively to reduce food waste and to increase food donations in order to encourage the circular economy. We are really on the vanguard in Quebec when it comes to the circular economy. Food waste is one of the areas that is going to be the basis of further work when the biofoods policy partners met in 2019 It was one of the major topics of discussion, and it was also a topic of discussion for the 2018-2023 action plan, which was published in January 2020. In 2015, the government of Quebec adopted tax measures to promote donations to food banks in order to reduce food waste and food insecurity. It brought in a tax credit for food donations. So agri-foods businesses who donate food could receive a tax credit. And around 100 initiatives like this were brought in. Now I only have a minute or two left. So I'll just say that Quebec is also very active in the areas of prevention and raising awareness. So I would invite the national assemblies, the parliaments of other provinces, these provincial assemblies, I would invite them to pass legislation, and there are examples of that, but I would invite the federal government to mind its own business. The federal government is acting like the nosy neighbor who comes to tell you what to do in your own home, in your own yard. And on top of that, their own house is falling down. And it's like they see that your house is better and they want it for themselves. That's how the federal government is acting. Exactly like that. And they're not going to be able to do that by trying to gild the lily here. And it's certainly not by changing the government, the ruling party. No, the only thing to do is to ensure that Quebec becomes independent. We need to create the Quebec Republic. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Sorry, there's no questions. That's right. I'm in another zone. Resuming debate, the Honorable Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's so nice to see you in the chair today. I thank the member from Willowdale for making this debate possible today, and I hope that his government will finally wake up and catch up on admitting that wasted food is an issue and an opportunity in Canada. This is a fact that the NDP has shared in this House many times, putting forward multiple bills over many parliaments. Personally, I've tabled 2 binding bills in this 44th Parliament addressing this issue, C-304 and C-360. Reducing food waste is first an important step to address the methane emissions it produces. In Canada, 17% of national methane emissions come from food in landfills alone. Combating food insecurity and reducing the cost of food are also a top priority in a bill like this. And for NDPers, we focus on protecting Canadians from climate change and corporate greed. As these 2 factors converge on the grocery store shelves, making fresh fruit and vegetables more expensive because of climate change and also because of the corporate grocery store greed. Before I go on, I want to talk about the incredible work being done in Port Moody Coquitlam to reduce wasted food. The Immigrant Link Centre Society have been champions for food waste reduction for years and are now the largest food recovery charity in British Columbia. They are both reducing emissions by diverting food and addressing food insecurity by recovering good, quality, healthy food and redirecting it to people in the community. Their hard work feeds thousands of people at more than 23 locations across the Lower Mainland of British Columbia. And annually, they redistribute more than 1 million kilograms of food. This saved food is valued at more than $7 million a year. Their Vice President, Rehana Mirjani, was recently awarded the 2024 Medal of Good Citizenship of BC. This medal celebrates individuals who have acted in a particularly generous, kind, or selfless manner for the betterment of their communities without expectation of a reward. Rehana's selfless work has provided food to low-income families, immigrants, and refugees, while also preventing thousands of tons of greenhouse gases. I cannot think of work that would better embody the values of this reward than that Rehana is doing. Coquitlam and all of British Columbia are a better place because of you. In November 2022, I moved to introduce Bill C-304, an act to establish a National Food Waste Awareness Day, inspired by organizations like Immigrant Link Centre Society and other food recovery organizations in Port Moody, Coquitlam that stepped up during the pandemic, including People's Pantry and the Tri-Cities Mums Group. They have showed my community that everyone can play a part in reducing wasted food, reducing emissions, and reversing food insecurity. I want to again thank the NDP member for Cowichan Malahat Langford for seconding my bills. That bill specifically would designate October 20th as National Food Waste Awareness Day. Having a day to recognize the impacts of wasted food on food insecurity will raise awareness, inspire change, and contribute to meaningful solutions to make Canada's food system more secure. 60% of the food produced in Canada each year is thrown out. 60%, Madam Speaker, and half of it is fresh, edible, and nutritious food that could help feed 4 million Canadians, 1 million of whom are children who struggle daily with access to healthy food. Let's take a moment to talk about those children who are struggling to access healthy food. According to research done at the University of Toronto, approximately 2.1 million children live in households that are food insecure. According to Food Banks Canada, 1/3 of all food bank clients are children, which would mean over 600,000 kids are relying on food banks this year, while landfills continue to fill up with perfectly good food. This is unacceptable and unconscionable. No one should go hungry in a country that produces enough food to feed everyone. That is why the NDP pushed this government to finally implement a national school food program. We are proud of that work for children and families. I want to talk about my other bill, Bill C-360, an act to establish a national strategy to reduce the amount of wasted food in Canada. If the government was truly serious, like the NDP is, to end wasting food, they would pull that bill, which is binding, not like this motion today that only tackles the issue in lip service. My legislation was informed by consultations with groups like Second Harvest, Fresh Roots, Food Mesh, and the National Zero Waste Council of Canada, who have the solutions we need. All that is left is for the government to act on that bill. I ask them now, I ask the Liberal government to make C-360 into a government bill. I'm happy to see the acknowledgement of this problem, but I want to be clear that this motion will not be able to do anything to actually solve the problem. And 8 years ago, both the Liberals and the Conservatives voted against an act to establish a National Food Waste Awareness Day and to provide for the development of a national strategy. Now, I'm not surprised to see the Conservatives voting against fighting climate change, nor am I surprised to see the Liberals protecting corporate grocery stores and their profits. But I'm surprised to see a non-binding motion instead of a comprehensive piece of legislation. All the work has been done to have a comprehensive binding bill, and the member still has time to work with his government to get that done. I can't understand why he wouldn't do that. Although it does fit a Liberal pattern of claiming to care, but when it comes to action, the Liberals are nowhere to be found. The long-standing need for a national strategy to reduce wasted food is clearer and clearer. And there are so many partners ready to do that work. Just like the work of Immigrant Link Centre Society in Port Moody, Coquitlam, there are endless programs across the country doing what they can to fight against this growing problem. But they need the government's support. I implore the Liberal government to get serious and take this opportunity now to engage partners on a strategy. Canadians who are food insecure, as well as all of us who are deeply concerned about the ramifications of climate change, need more than just a motion that expresses an opinion of the House. It is important to acknowledge this problem, but the solution has been on the table for at least 8 years. So come on, Liberal government, act now. In closing, I urge my colleagues to join me in calling for meaningful action on this critical issue. The government doesn't have to wait any longer to adopt legislation that puts forward concrete steps to reduce wasted food. Let's work together to build a Canada where no edible food rots in a landfill. And again, I ask the government, make Bill C-360 a government bill. Don't make Canadians wait any longer.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in a number of ways, I agree with the principles in terms of what the member highlighted in regards to the abundance of food that's out there that is actually wasted, and the way in which communities can actually make a difference. So can governments. Where I tend to disagree is on the importance of the motion that the member from Willowdale has actually introduced to the House. I believe that the member from Willowdale has understood a very important issues that Canadians can really relate to, and he's put it in the form of a motion that ultimately I like to think will actually pass. And I applaud him on his efforts and whoever it is that assisted him in making this motion possible today, in allowing it to move forward. I suspect, or I would like to think, that all members would vote in favor of it. I understand that the Bloc have concerns in regards to it. I tend to disagree. I'm a nationalist. I believe in Quebec and Canada and all of our provinces, and the need is in every region where there is waste, where there is hunger, and how it is that we can somehow bridge that together. And I want to emphasize the importance of those nonprofit organizations that are out there, along with the generosity that we often see from the producers, and to thank those individuals specifically, because they have understood the issue for a number of years now. And that is the reason why we have things such as food banks, things such as groups like the Winnipeg Bear Clan, and the many other organizations, both small and large, that have contributed to this huge gap that's there today, Madam Speaker. I look at the motion as a very strong positive because there are some powerful words within it that will commit the House of Commons to hopefully follow through on. And I look to some of those organizations and some of the policies that we have witnessed. So, for example, in reading the motion, one of the first things that came to my mind was the national school program that we just put into place as a government. And how it is that maybe in implementing that program by working with other jurisdictions, we can incorporate something in regards to food waste. Because it is a nationally led program, there might be some opportunities that are there, Madam Speaker. As it has been pointed out, we're talking about literally hundreds of thousands of children that will directly benefit by that particular program. And there might be other ways in which we can ensure that there are more indirect benefits as a direct result. I think of changes that have been made in regards to the Competitions Act to try to drive down some of those prices on groceries, on food, Madam Speaker. You know, I am looking in terms of what it is that we can do to stabilize the cost of food. And along with those types of policies, we need to recognize the massive amount of waste that is actually taking place, that is out there. And I have found that over the years, the most effective way at minimizing that waste is empowering. And if I was to contribute to the debate in terms of what I think would make a stronger difference would be finding ways in which we can empower local organizations to contribute. And when I say contribute, I mean to participate in a larger way. Because they have the connections to the local businesses, and they can tap into that. And even out in the prairies in particular, our huge, lovable farming community, our agricultural sector, Madam Speaker. You know, the other day, I had the chance to talk about a flight, taking my most recent flight into Winnipeg, and you look down and you see the ground because there's no clouds, and you see these vast acreages of product, of commodities, whether it's wheat, canola. There's something to say about the beauty of the prairies when you see the abundance of food that is there. When you think in terms of the production of food, I think of companies like Maple Leaf producing literally millions of pigs in Manitoba, or processing millions of pigs in the province of Manitoba, or High Life from Neepawa. I think of the chicken producers. And there's so much more in terms of vegetables, peak of the market, and the fine work that they do. And one of the things that they all have in common, whether it's the farmer or the processor, is an interest, or the distributor is the interest to contribute to the issue of food waste. And they will often, by the crate loads, contribute to some of those nonprofit organizations that are circulating food, Madam Speaker. And I believe, and you know, Purelator, I think they're still with the CFL, and the amount of food that they donate. There's so many examples that are out there. And I think that where there's a lot of room for us to make improvement is likely with restaurants and other industries within the hospitality. And yet there's so many connections that can be had. And that's why what I'm suggesting, Madam Speaker, in order as a contribution to the debate, is that governments, both at the national level and provincial level, municipal level, look at ways in which we can provide, as is being suggested within the motion, incentives for food contributions of different forms. And that is something that I believe would go a long way in dealing with the amount of waste that we see today in our landfills as a direct result. And if we were to be aggressive on that particular file, I do believe it would make a world of a difference. So getting the motion that the member from Willowdale has introduced today as an opportunity to highlight and to get and build a consensus around, I believe sends a very strong and powerful message to the wide spectrum of stakeholders that are out there, that the leaders of our country recognize just how important an issue this is. And it's not just one level of government, but it's all of us that actually can contribute in a positive way. And that means looking at the at the food that we have in our own homes, and if we're not going to be consuming it, often if instead of throwing it out, even stuff that has not expired, Madam Speaker, instead of doing that, contributing it to an organization, bringing it to a game and giving it as a donation. We all witness, firsthand, people with that exceptional generosity, something in which Canadians are known for around the world. And I think that is a good approach. I thank the member
for identifying the issue and bringing it to the floor of the House of Commons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's often said that the road to hell is paved with the best of intentions. And I think this motion brought forward by the Liberals today on a national food strategy is very similar to that. But what is interesting is there has been multiple occasions where the Liberals have professed to try and address a problem that they very themselves in their policies have actually created. And let's kind of go over a bit of a timeline. In 2018, the Liberals brought forward the National Zero Waste Council report on a national food waste strategy. 2019, they brought forward another report from Environment and Climate Change, reducing food waste in Canada. In 2020, they spent more than $20 million on the Food Waste Reduction Challenge. I guess there really weren't any results from the millions of dollars they spent on these different programs. And now here in 2024, we have another motion, another national strategy for food waste reduction. But that sort of seems to be kind of the traditional Liberal logic. We cause massive problems, record numbers of Canadians being forced to go to food banks to feed their families, record number of Canadians facing food insecurity. But rather than get into the root cause of those problems, of which the Liberal NDP government caused themselves, let's establish yet another level of bureaucracy and red tape and hire a whole bunch more public sector workers to try and cover up this problem. As part of this motion, the Liberals want to establish a national food waste hierarchy. I don't know exactly what that is entailing to solve. And in fact, every policy that the Liberals have brought forward have in fact made matters worse. I talked about that earlier, where Feed Ontario said the number of Ontarians going to food banks is up 1 million people. That is an increase of 25%, setting new records. A new report, the government's own data, shows the number of Canadians who are facing food insecurity is up 111%. Let's think about that for a second. That is almost a quarter of our population doesn't know where their next meal is going to come from. And these aren't just numbers, Madam Speaker. These are millions of Canadian parents who can't feed their kids. So the Liberals put all these great sounding programs up in the window. But in fact, they've tried this multiple times in the 9 years of this Liberal NDP government. And in fact, none of them have done anything. There have been zero results other than spending millions of dollars, forcing more and more Canadians to food banks, when they actually have the solution to the problem. We've been talking about it all week since we got back into Parliament on Monday. They can solve the food insecurity issue by axing the carbon tax.
So maybe the honourable member have his phone on his desk, because there is some, yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I just want to remind other members as well, if they're going to speak, not to put their phones on their desk if it's, because it's problematic. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My apologies to the interpreters for that. But yeah, the Liberals have the solution. If they would just listen to common sense Conservatives and axe the carbon tax that is driving up costs on farmers, on truckers, on manufacturers, on food processors, on retailers, which, guess what, drives up the cost of food at the grocery store shelf, which Canadians are struggling every single day to pay for. And I appreciate the comments from my Liberal colleague from Winnipeg North, saying how important it is for Canadians to donate and volunteer at food banks. In fact, it's gotten so bad that the member from Kingston and the Islands had to donate $1,000 to a local food bank. If only more Liberals weren't following his lead and donating to food banks. But you know what? Food banks wouldn't be facing record numbers. And in many cases, we have food banks who now say they can't meet the demand if Canadians weren't facing an affordability crisis as a result of this Liberal government. Now, let's just take a look at some of the other programs that the Liberals have brought forward that are actually making the situation worse. The Liberals have also talked about a P2 plastics ban in front of pack labeling. Now, again, this sounds like something that would be positive. But yet again, surprise, surprise, the Liberals haven't done any consultation and understand the consequences of these types of policies. But an in-depth report by Deloitte on the Liberals' P2 plastic ban policy said the impact on food prices would be profound. And I'm just going to go over the list that came from this Deloitte study. This would increase the cost of fresh produce by 35%, reduce the actual availability of fresh produce in Canada by 50%, cost the industry $5.6 billion, increase fresh produce waste by 50%, and increase healthcare costs by more than $1 billion as a result of lower fresh produce consumption. The front of pack labeling issue, which the Liberals are moving ahead with, will cost the industry $8 billion, as companies are having to switch over and changing all of their label manufacturing processes. And the Americans have also said this is a trade issue, and they will not be importing Canadian products into Canada. Again, reducing access to these fresh products. What will happen? You will drive up food prices yet again. As Conservatives, we have offered solutions to these problems. For example, Bill C-234, which would remove the carbon tax from natural gas and propane on farmers for drying grain, heating and cooling of barns, and greenhouses. This would save farmers more than $1 billion this year. That is not including when the carbon tax is increased on April 1st. What happens when you reduce costs and input costs on farmers and truckers? You'll reduce the food costs at the grocery store shelves. But once again, the Liberals have opposed that legislation, and in fact, they instructed their senators in the Senate to gut that private member's bill that we know unanimously every single farm stakeholder group in this country supports Bill C-234 to make farming and food more affordable. We have brought forward a number of alternatives to try and address the affordable food issue. But again, 2 years ago, the Liberals imposed a self-imposed potato export ban on the island of on Prince Edward Island. And in fact, not only did they block farmers in PEI from exporting fresh and seed potatoes, the Liberals paid $24 million to destroy 300 million pounds of fresh potatoes. In fact, we had farmers from Prince Edward Island drive to Ottawa and were handing out 5-pound bags of free potatoes to everybody they could find on Wellington. Now, this was before the Liberals were very scared of truck drivers coming up to Ottawa. In fact, they were helping feed Ottawa residents. But this continues to be the story of the Liberals professing to want to solve problems that they themselves have actually caused. Now, I appreciate the sentiment of my Liberal colleague to bring something forward that the Liberal government, again, has done multiple times as part of their mandate with no results whatsoever. In fact, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the facts are clear. When the Liberals get involved, they are making matters worse. And that is what we are seeing from Canadians who are struggling with food insecurity at record numbers. And again, when you see a quarter of the Canadian population not knowing where their next meal is coming from, we need to let that sink in. Liberal policy has made Canada into a developing country where Canadians are struggling to feed themselves. They need to come up with real solutions, and a Conservative government, under the guidance of the member from Carleton, will ensure that Canadians can afford to put food on their table and feed their families.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honorable member for Rimouski, Niget, Témiscouata, Basque. Madam Speaker, this government, as usual, once again, is trying to step into Quebec affairs through the municipalities. Most of the food products and food donation industry is not federal jurisdiction. And either the member didn't do their homework and doesn't know how this jurisdiction works, or it's a repeated attack directly on Quebec's jurisdiction. In both cases, the Bloc will not allow this initiative to go through and will oppose this motion. But don't quote me for saying what I didn't say. The idea in the beginning is a noble one, but a lot of these efforts have already been initiated, both in Quebec and also federally, through the Canada's food policy. Has the Liberal Party forgotten? They themselves conducted public consultations in 2017 in terms of food policy. They developed in 2018 a policy and announced it in the 2019 budget. But there seems to be a confession of incompetency, or perhaps one that their work isn't working with concrete results. It seems to be a confession that they feel obliged now to have to do more on their own commitments. So when we look at the so-called policy in greater detail, it both wants to say everything and nothing at the same time. It's insufficient. We agree in Quebec that it denounces, well, a report from the UN, the United Nations, published in 2021, reveals that Canada is the champion of food waste. Every Canadian throws away roughly 70 kilos of food per year. We're talking about 300 million tons of food that have gone to the garbage in Canada. This UN report for the environment says that there's roughly 2,100,000 tons of food wasted worldwide per year. This has a cost, according to the Department of Fisheries in Quebec and Agriculture. Every year food waste leaves roughly 31 million in a shortfall every year. And in Quebec, 3.1 million tons of food residue is thrown out, either in the earth or into the sea. And aside from inadequately using our resources, it also increases GHG emissions, which has an effect on climate change. Well, there are some parties here that want to come to power and who deny it. They deny climate change. We have to remind people who are listening to us right now of this. And so therefore, the federal government is promoting several things. The first is to establish a hierarchy of food waste and to reduce waste. Of course, this is an important step, but it was already done through research done previously in Quebec. And then they want to organize municipal and provincial regulations for food donations and waste, which could have a negative impact on food resources through partnerships to make it easier to distribute and rescue efforts. So almost all rules regarding food waste come from Quebec, and other provinces. What the Liberal government is implying here is that the federal government and the provincial governments are in a hierarchy, and it's not complementary. This is one reason we could oppose this motion. We have to reestablish the facts. Quebec is the province that manages this issue with collaboration with other organizations involving processing and other donations. The federal government has nothing to do, therefore, at this stage. So you could say that agriculture is shared jurisdiction and food issues could stem from Ottawa, but management of resources on our territory and processing and marketing of food within Quebec should not involve the federal government. It's none of their business. So therefore, Ottawa is funding some programs and elaborating them for research and interprovincial trade, and even nationally. But it doesn't go further than this. We have to explain this to our colleagues. So in terms of waste, some donation and food sharing programs do stem from municipal regulations. So once again, it involves Quebec and the provinces. And I would be happy to remind my colleagues that the Department of Municipal Affairs in Quebec, the MAMASH as we call it, is not under federal jurisdiction. So the municipalities are not managed by the federal government. They would like that, though, I think. And Quebec manages its environment and health laws, and it has a role to play in terms of ticketing more generally, and import and export health. But in terms of the overall food waste issues, the federal government doesn't have a concrete role to play. Through this government motion, we need to look at fiscal and policies to reduce food waste, raise awareness about food waste in the public through connected governmental efforts. The government can get involved in this, but with respect to initiatives in the at municipal levels, there has to be cooperation. We've seen this in many other sectors. The federal government gets involved, but it makes things more complicated by creating overlaps and adding criteria that aren't really adapted to all situations. We also have to bear in mind environmental regulations. In Quebec, it's the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, in conjunction with municipal affairs, that provides a framework for food waste initiatives. There's Quebec's also Food Health Agency and others that get involved. We have a clean biofood policy, and all of this is intended to reduce food waste and to encourage food donations. Food waste is therefore amongst the themes that have been discussed. They were discussed in 2019 with our partners in this area so that we could implement this policy that was implemented recently. We've also established a food waste chantier with our biofood partners. So Quebec, as of 2015, established tax measures to make it easier to receive donations to food banks and to hamper food to promote better actions. There's also been a tax credit. So we need to have our jurisdiction respected. Concrete positions were adopted in Quebec and they need to be respected. So therefore, Madam Speaker, we feel that we're working, there are overlaps here and they're not respecting our responsibility that is already defined by the Constitution. and a constitution that Quebec didn't even sign. So for the time being, I get the feeling that we're just getting bogged down in these motions that do not recognize our efforts. And will the government take concrete action? Thank you.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member, resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale has 5 minutes for right of reply then.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to begin by thanking all the MPs who have contributed to the debate on motion M110 regarding the need to adopt a national strategy to reduce food waste and combat food insecurity. Over 20% of the food produced in Canada is avoidably wasted, resulting in a direct economic impact of tens of billions of dollars on our families and communities. Avoidable waste drives up costs right across our domestic food supply chains. It has therefore been highly informative to hear the perspectives of all colleagues in this House. All these discussions have made one thing very, very clear. Everyone agrees that far too much time, energy, and resources are being invested in producing food that ultimately becomes avoidable waste. It's imperative that we recognize the economic, social, and environmental costs of food waste. Avoidable food waste also causes significant greenhouse gas emissions while exposing an unacceptable number of Canadians to food insecurity. All of the parties in this House have acknowledged these multifaceted concerns in the comprehensive 8th and 10th Agricultural Committee reports published last year in 2023, and several provincial governments have begun implementing incentives to cut down on food waste. While I recognize that disagreements may exist amongst us, it is clear that all members of this House understand that tackling food waste and food insecurity are important challenges that can and should be addressed. None of us should be against devising solutions to address this critical issue on a national scale or remain indifferent to food wasted at every step from the farm to the table. Should this motion pass, the federal government will have an opportunity to learn from a multitude of stakeholders located across our country to develop a plan grounded in hard-earned experience. We need to hear from family farmers that remain the backbone of our agricultural sector and of countless communities right across our country. And we also need to hear from processors, brilliant researchers, retailers, and community food organizations. Ample evidence exists that developing a national strategy will assist in establishing a national food waste hierarchy, contribute to aligning federal, provincial, and municipal regulations, and assist in identifying fiscal incentives to reduce food waste. Our peer countries have already taken effective steps. After all, in 2015, the UN set sustainable development goals that included a commitment to reduce food waste by 50% by 2030. The US, European Union, Australia, Japan, and South Korea have implemented coordinated government-led strategies to successfully quantify and address the challenge of food waste. To cite one example, government initiatives in South Korea have increased their national food waste recycling from 2.6% in 1996 to 95% in 2022. While food waste reduction efforts in Canada remain a priority, NGOs such as Food Banks Canada have emphasized the potential of redirecting wholesome but wasted food to community food organizations to help our most vulnerable. Financial incentives can also make a world of difference for local producers and processors. Pathways exist to recycle food waste into economically valuable assets. These pathways involve converting waste into animal feed, compost for fertilization, and biofuels. However, despite the benefits of such initiatives, a lack of access, scale, or information have frustrated our ability to seize these opportunities. Researchers and activists have persistently warned us that the scale of Canada's food waste crisis has persisted and indeed worsened due to misleading information, confusing guidelines, outdated regulations, a lack of meaningful financial incentives, and, of course, an absence of coordination between the federal, provincial, and municipal levels of government. Left to their own devices, individual actors across the continuum of our food supply chains will continue practices that generate food waste and shift the associated costs onto our businesses, Canadian households, and the environment. A variety of private practices regarding best before dates, food labeling, and vendor supply agreements also frequently lead to the destruction of unsold but unwelcome, but wholesome food. Let me close by reminding.
Sorry, the honourable member, the time is up. I've been trying to give him some signals there. The question is as follows. Mr. Assassi, seconded by Mr. Garrettson, moved that A, the House recognize that over 20% of food produce, should I dispense? Yeah. Okay. Si un député participant.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise. The honourable member for Willowdale.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. It being 2:25, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a great weekend, everybody.